morning, everybody, and welcome to the annual conference of the Zemo Partnership. My name is James Murray. I'm the Editor-in-Chief of Business Green and your chair for today. And we've got a jam-packed schedule and agenda ahead of us featuring some of the top experts from across the zero-emission transport and vehicle sector. I'm delighted to be chairing today. I actually chaired this event, I think, this time last year. And of course, then this was one of the first big conferences in the green economy to go fully online. Since then, we have all sadly become very adept at managing our online platforms and working our Zoom calls for various reasons. And today will be no different. So you please do use the platform provided. I'm sure you've already had a good look around. There's fantastic ways to meet with your fellow delegates. I believe nearly 1,000 people are registered for today, and you can chat with them both privately and through the chat function. And of course, as with a real conference, if we're all physically in the same room, please do keep your questions coming in as well, and we'll try and put as many of them as possible to the expert speakers. This conference is particularly timely, as you will be aware. A year ago, I think there was, when we staged these discussions, there was a degree of nervousness around the industry because of the huge disruption and not considerable tragedy that the UK and the world was facing through the pandemic. And there was obviously those immediate impacts, and there was also the very real concern that the knock-on economic impacts would undermine the net zero transition that we'll be beginning to see gathering pace, and in particular the electric vehicle space. A year on, I think we can say fairly confidently that hasn't really happened, at least not in the UK. We've seen quite remarkable progress, as demonstrated by just last week's Transport Decarbonisation Plan. The level of ambition, the level of policy support is still there broadly. Lots of areas that could be improved, but we're still seeing an acceleration of this shift to zero-emission transport. At Business Green, we've been covering every single week multi-billion-dollar investments from the big auto companies, the big infrastructure providers, looking to accelerate this transition, looking to overcome the barriers that we face. So today, there's a broadly optimistic backdrop, I suppose, for the discussions we're going to have about how we go faster still, how we remove further of those barriers, and how we ensure that this transition is carried out in a way that is fair, cost-effective, and delivers the emissions reductions that we desperately need to see. Because as it was pointed out to me earlier today, we are now living today through the first Met Office extreme heat warning. We've had months of absolutely devastating news around the world of escalating climate impacts that we fear are only going to get worse. And the need to transition to a net zero economy has never been more pertinent or obvious. That's the backdrop for what promises to be a fascinating conversation throughout the next 5 hours or so. Before we crack on, just a couple of very quick housekeeping points. Huge thank you to the sponsors. As you know, events like this can't take place without the support of those sponsors. So thank you to Shell Recharge, to APC, Green Biofuels, Mobilityways, Trojan Energy. And please do visit their exhibition booths during the breaks today and check out what they're doing. To get the best out of the platform as a whole, as I say, visit those exhibition stands. Please do use the calling function and catch up with each other as best as you can. But most of the action does take place on this main stage. So keep this feed open and you won't miss anything at all throughout the day. Last but not least, I think we have some polls that are going to be going on throughout the day just to get an indicative feel of what the audience is thinking. We've got our first one coming up very soon, which I will put to you before our opening speech from Philip Sellwood. And just last little bit of housekeeping, these proceedings are being recorded and will be made available to delegates via the Zemo Partnership website soon after the event. So if you do have to pop out and miss anything, you can catch up on that, and any of your points or questions are going to be recorded for posterity. So there we go. Excellent. So before Philip, Chair of the Zemo Partnership, delivers his opening keynote, let's have a look at this first poll question. Do you think the Transport Decarbonisation Plan that was finally announced last week is too radical, is about right, or is not radical enough? Up to you, obviously, to define the word radical, but let's get a sense of how people feel about that really sweeping strategy and a huge amount contained therein, which we're going to be discussing a lot more throughout this morning. That's it from me for my opening comments. I'm going to now hand the virtual floor over to the Chair of the Zemo Partnership, Philip Sellwood.
Okay, thanks very much indeed, James. Welcome, everyone. I think to nearly, as James said, nearly 1,000 people online today. Also like to add my thanks to the sponsors, whose James has already highlighted. And because probably no one else will, I'd also like to thank James for giving his time today. It's an enormously complicated and somewhat stressful sometimes role in sharing these things. So all our thanks go out to James, who's a real player in this space. Before I just make a few comments about the transport decarbonisation plan, I just wanted to remind delegates, many of you will already know that in the background before the conference, we've been running a survey with a dozen questions, which we're going to be sharing some of that during the day. It's still open, and perhaps in the tea breaks, the network sessions, and at the end of the day, it'd be really good if you can have a look at that in the chat room. Not whilst we're all on, obviously, but when you get a free moment. There's some fascinating things, and I was just casting my eye over the latest numbers. We've had about 200 responses so far. Just picking out 2 or 3 highlights from this survey. Interestingly, 80% of the respondents to the event say that road transport can be decarbonised effectively by 2050. But interestingly, over 2/3, so nearly 70%, say that policies already announced are not enough. And no doubt we'll hear more of that from Bob and others during the day. Second interesting finding, excuse me, was that more than 70% of the respondents to the survey think that the 2030-35 phase-out dates for new cars and vans is realistic. And if numbers so far responding, 17% say they've already made the switch to an electric vehicle, which I'm sure everybody on the call would be delighted if that was represented nationally, but interesting. With about half of people feeling the timing of the plan is about right. Third big finding, which is interesting, nearly 70% respondents thinks they'll be able to cut their personal household carbon emissions from travel to zero or near zero. However, a significant minority, 15%, think it's unrealistic. So there's clearly still a fair bit of work to do there. And similarly, although 2/3 of respondents think there's going to be sufficient cost of emission technologies available to allow delivery of goods by 2040, a significant minority, over 30% actually, think it will be not until 2050 or even later before such technologies are available. So some fairly interesting challenges there to the sort of common view that 2040 is a done deal. But anyway, just 2 or 3 things, as I say, that spring out from the survey so far. But please go to that at some stage in the day or indeed after the event and fill it in, because it's great feedback and great input into policy going forward. So just a few quick words on the transport decarbonisation plan, as James has already outlined. I think you'd have to be pretty churlish not to be welcoming this plan, is the first thing I would say. It is, and I know the words have been used fairly randomly in the last year or so, it is indeed world leading. It's highly ambitious, it's comprehensive, and probably from my perspective, having a sort of foot in both the energy and the auto sectors, really interestingly integrated. And I think that's the first time that we've really seen a policy or a strategy of this significance, really emphasising the need for collaboration, integration across sectors. And there's some really significant things in it, and I'm sure you've all read it, but the 2040 target for heavy goods vehicles, the action plan for cars and vans that's now published as part of it, the recommitment to 1.3 billion for infrastructure for the development of electric vehicles, and a real commitment to public transport. And I personally was particularly pleased to see such a emphasis placed on buses, which have really been the Cinderella of the sector for some considerable time. So there's some significant announcements there. But there are, it's got to be said, some gaps, and just a couple that I just wanted to raise. Local authorities, city authorities are mentioned as being key actors in delivering on the plan. But as a non-executive on the Local Government Association, I can tell you at the moment, the resources that are available at local authority level or at city level, both in terms of people and finances, are just not there. So there's a real gap there between aspiration and their ability to deliver. And I'd like to see some conversation around that. Second thing, I was a bit disappointed to see that we're still wanting to consult on the zero or ZEV as it's known. I think there's a very clear mandate that the public are giving, which is basically saying, come on, automotive sectors, it's time to actually ensure that a set percentage on a ratchet basis, upwardly ratcheting, is part of the agenda over the next 5 to 10 years. And I think, frankly, we may be wasting time with more consultation. And then finally, behaviour. This is a very, very technology-laden strategy, and that's great because technology is going to be absolutely fundamental, whether it's in terms of chassis, whether it's in terms of fuel, whether it's in terms of sector. Technology is going to be absolutely vital. But unless we start to see significant changes of behaviour as part of this strategy, then I think we could find ourselves falling short. Having said all of that, it's a great piece of work, and I pay tribute to Rachel Maclean and Bob and his team at DFT and elsewhere, because I think it's really set out the stall for the UK ahead of COP26. So that's enough for me. I wish everybody a great day, great conference, and hopefully with some really interesting discussions through the day. So thanks very much, and back to you, James.
Excellent, thank you very much, Philip. And I look forward to putting those three slight concerns that you had with the plan to Dr. Bob Moran, who is Deputy Director and Head of Environment Strategy at the Department for Transport, who's coming up very shortly, and he will be following our Transport Minister, Rachel Maclean, who has been kind enough to provide video offering her thoughts on the Transport Decarbonisation Plan and the government's wider transport efforts. So I think we can now run VT, as they say in the business.
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, everyone, and many thanks to the Zemo Partnership for inviting me to take part in today's conference. In 4 months, the UK will host the most important conference in a generation. COP26 will be a crucial moment to test our global commitment to fight rising temperatures and prevent irreversible damage to our planet. In the UK, nothing short of a green industrial revolution will do. That doesn't mean stopping doing things or going without. It means doing the same things differently, more sustainably, often more healthily, and with greater awareness of our impact on the environment. That is the thinking behind our very first Transport Decarbonisation Plan, which the government launched last week. It's a route to net zero emissions across the entire transport sector by the middle of the century. And given transport is our biggest source of greenhouse gases emissions, delivering this plan successfully will be a giant leap towards our 2050 net zero target. It's rightly ambitious, but achievable. It's the product of months of conversations with business, organisations such as the Zemo Partnership and your diverse membership, as well as environmental experts and young people. And I will be the first to say that government won't be able to do this alone. We can set the direction, but we'll need the ingenuity and energy of business and partners to reach the destination. Partners such as Zemo, which for over 18 years has worked with us to develop and test and implement zero emission technology. From electric vehicles and charging infrastructure to the introduction of E10 and clean air zones. So I hope that those of you here today see the Transport Decarbonisation Plan as a final rallying cry to redouble our efforts to achieve carbon neutral travel within a generation. Let me start with road transport, an area of significant focus for you all. We're ending the sale of all new polluting road vehicles, from the smallest motorcycles to the largest HGVs by 2040. And all new cars and vans will be fully zero emission by 2035. We didn't take this decision lightly, but given road vehicles account for a fifth of our emissions, it's a crucial step towards decarbonisation. And the response of industry and consumers has given me hope. Only last week, Stellantis confirmed that it would build Vauxhall's electric vans at its Ellesmere Port plant, thanks to £100 million of industry and government investment. It will safeguard 1,000 jobs in the northwest and is a huge vote of confidence in our automotive sector. And this is on the back of considerable government commitment to spark an electric vehicle revolution. As an EV driver myself, it's something I fully support. We're investing £1.3 billion in our charging infrastructure, including 25,000 public charging devices and more rapids per 100 miles of road than anywhere else in Europe. And while it's getting cheaper each year to make the switch to an EV with over 100 models now on the market, we're going further to incentivise take-up, investing £582 million to reduce the sticker price of zero and ultra-low emissions vehicles. Now, predictions by some of 145 million EVs on the world's roads by 2030 are welcome, but they're only predictions, and they require changes in consumer behaviour now. I believe we're heading in the right direction. Given pre-pandemic, road traffic was predicted to grow by 30%. Simply decarbonising road vehicles isn't enough. We need to shift people away from cars and onto public transport, reducing congestion on our already busy roads to the benefit of our economy as well as the environment. That's the driving force behind our recent national bus strategy, in what is the biggest shake-up to buses in a generation. We're investing billions to reform and improve bus provision across the country, ensuring it becomes the transport of choice, even for those with a car. We're making buses more reliable, frequent and modern, holding local authorities and operators to account for more bus priority schemes and increase customer satisfaction. As well as cheaper fares, we'll integrate ticketing across train and tram so passengers can travel door to door without setting foot in a car. We already know the green potential of buses, with a full double-decker taking the equivalent of 75 cars off the road, but we're going even further, investing £120 million this year alone to add up to 500 zero-emission buses to our fleet, as well as supporting infrastructure. This builds on some tremendous existing work, like in Birmingham, where 20 hydrogen buses will take to the streets this year. We've begun consulting on ending the sale of new diesel buses, with a further consultation planned later this year. While great progress is being made on electrifying cars, buses and rails, we must continue to fund research and development into low carbon fuels, and therefore support sectors such as maritime and road freight where there isn't yet a winning technology. One exciting option is green hydrogen, a clean fuel with tremendous potential, and one which the UK is uniquely placed to capitalise on, given our ability to generate significant power from offshore wind. In fact, the North East produces 50% of the UK's hydrogen, which is why we've chosen Tees Valley to be the home of our first hydrogen transport hub. Armed with £3 million of funding, the hub will boost research, testing and deployment of green hydrogen across our transport sector, hopefully powering a new industrial revolution in the very areas which gave birth to the first one 200 years ago. Before I leave you in the capable hands of Bob Moran, Deputy Director of my department's Environment Strategy team, to answer any questions, let me reiterate that this is a plan of ambition and intent. It finally puts words into action, showing what we're doing and what we will do to tackle the existential threat of this century. It will not be published and then forgotten about. We'll measure progress against it every 5 years, and we'll look to partners such as Zemo, building on years of successful collaboration, to help make it a reality and to ensure we deliver the prosperous and sustainable future this country deserves. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you there to Rachel Maclean, and hugely heartening to hear that this document will not sit on a desk somewhere and is due to be the new guiding light for the Department for Transport and the transport sector as a whole. As mentioned, now we're delighted to be joined by Bob Moran. Morning, Bob.
Good morning.
Excellent. And just before we get into a quick conversation, I just wanted to remind everyone, please do answer the polling questions using the polling tab on the right, and we'll come to those results in 10 minutes time or so after we've put a few questions to Bob. Bob, because I'm a journalist, I'm going to start with the negative stuff. And Philip was said, I think most people agree, a really strong response to the plan last week. Broadly positive on lots of areas. Green groups and business groups united in saying this is the right sort of trajectory we need, the right sort of ambition. But a couple of areas that Philip pointed out there on local authority delivery being a potential cause for concern. I mean, do you accept that critique at all, or any response to that?
I guess that's an obvious area to focus in on, and an area where we think we're right at the very beginning, to be honest, on that bit, and we've got a lot more to do. I've just come straight from the Subnational Transport Body's board meeting, where I've given them I gave them a very short presentation actually on the plan, and then they gave me 55 minutes of quite direct and bold and ambitious feedback as well. So we know that the challenge is there. I think what we've got coming down the track is going to help. I think, fundamentally, there's two key things that we heard over the last 2 years as we put this plan together. One was that there's just too many disparate pots of funding. And actually, when you bring it all together, which is what we've done, we've got about £12 billion worth of investment, of funding going into local transport infrastructure over the next 3 or 4 years. Now, that funding needs to work with this agenda and not against it. Okay, and that's a fundamental principle. And so by connecting that funding to quantifiable carbon savings and more sustainable transport solutions in local places, we think that's the best first step we can make in this area.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just to mention, the second thing was that, rather than us have 200 conversations about how to implement a car sharing scheme, the request was just produce some guidance for us, will you please? There's 30 or 40 measures that we think we would like to take a look at in more detail, and we think might work for us in our area, our region, whatever it is. Please just put some of that good knowledge that exists out there together so that we can just get it off the shelf and come and use it. And so we're putting together a toolkit of that right now. It's pretty big. It's coming soon. Thanks to the Energy Savings Trust for helping us put all of that together. But we think, again, that's the second biggest thing we can do, put some guidance out there to help everybody.
Absolutely. And the other point that was raised was the zero emission vehicle mandate. This is a call from a growing number of groups that we'd like to see. Obviously, you're going to consult on it. I'm not asking you to preempt the results of that consultation, but just what's the department's current thinking on the potential viability of that as a policy? Well,
we've put it out there as a recommended option. So government has said this is what we're looking at and this is what we're considering implementing. Of course, you would expect me to say this is a genuine consultation. The conclusion and the result of that hasn't already been determined. So we're looking forward to, I think it's 10 weeks, isn't it? So it's a decent length of consultation. So we're looking forward to having conversations and hearing what people think about that. I think we need to not underestimate what a big step that is. A zero emission vehicle mandate, essentially sales quotas for vehicle manufacturers for the road vehicles that they can put onto UK roads. That's huge. And I don't think when we set off piecing this plan together a couple of years ago, I don't know whether dream's the right word, but to tackle road vehicles as a source of pollution and to be able to think of a prospect where we would be recommending a zero emission vehicle mandate for the UK, then I think that confirms the kind of progress that we've made on this agenda, and the fact that this hasn't gone away during the pandemic. This ambition, that's why the plan was delayed, right? Okay, because the sixth carbon budget and what that needs was more than we had in the plan just before we signed up to that. So that is the single biggest carbon saving measure or lever across government, I would have thought.
Yeah, and the other area of critique that we've seen is this question of public engagement, and this doesn't just apply to the transport piece. We're seeing across the board now that if there is a risk to the net zero transition, it seems to come from the idea of a public backlash against some of these technologies, a sense that we're going too fast and it doesn't even have to be the majority of the public. It could just be amplified by the media and it could be a minority, but that could create real political pressure here. I mean, do you think there's more of a job to be done by the department and by politicians to engage the public with the changes that are coming and ensure that they are excited and ready to go rather than wary of some of these shifts?
I think it's natural to be wary, and I don't. Change is not just wary. Change can be scary. I think transport changes all the time. Sometimes for better, sometimes for not so good. So we have big changes coming regardless. The fact that decarbonisation doesn't come for free initially, there's a lot of investment that's going to go into it. So we need to make sure that we spend that wisely and make sure we can maximise the co-benefits from decarbonisation. And that is fundamentally about changing and making transport work more efficiently and better for people and goods as well. We do have to bring people with us, but I do think that when people increasingly get a glimpse of what decarbonised road vehicles, for example, look and feel like, that they will embrace the technology, the new technology. I do think that the technology, it is a technology-led approach, this plan, that is obvious. Behavioural changes is needed as well, but this is predominantly the technology plan, and the technology is better. It's better from every aspect. It's better from an energy use perspective. It's better from an efficiency perspective, but actually it's also better from an application perspective. Electric vehicles are better than their smelly, noisy, vibrating, dirty internal combustion engine counterparts. That's a fact. Buses, all of that kind of stuff. You expect me to say that, but I do think that this change is going to now come quite quickly, now that manufacturers are absolutely clear in the direction and the pace at which this change is going to come. And we're going to be able to turn it around to make transport better for people.
And presumably you've been quite pleasantly surprised over the last year at, the EV sales, the sense that what you're saying about them being more attractive does seem to be starting to be borne out in the market.
I think so, yeah. I always use the example of having worked originally 10 years ago in the Office for Low Emission Vehicles, and at that point we were moving the counter up as 1, 2, 3s and 4s of EVs were coming through and attracting the car grant. To see how well buses have done, because it's a different model. Electric buses kind of coming through and overtaking cars in terms of their market share and all of that kind of stuff. Fundamentally, they're better, they're easier to run, they're more reliable, and users like them more. I'm loving the fact that people are increasingly looking at electric vehicles. My mum and dad bought one last week, which is incredible. And I've seen, I think, a report this week that in the lease plan, I think, where they've taken a majority of sales on electric vehicles over petrol or diesel. That doesn't surprise me at one bit. But it's crucial that change happens now. And I think once we're through that over the next year or two and electric vehicles start to hit the second-hand car market, more people will be able to make more use of the benefits of electric vehicles.
Absolutely. I'm mindful we've only got 5 or 6 minutes and we've got loads of questions coming in from the floor. So I'm just going to put a few of them to you, Bob. And if you keep your answers relatively concise, that'd be great. I can't see who's asked them, unfortunately, but the first one's here is, should ambitious plans bear the signature of the Chancellor, as well as sponsoring ministers, to signify the commitment to funding and prevent the production of partly fulfillable wish lists, as so often in the past? A slight leading question there, but I mean, it's a perennial concern, isn't it? Are you going to get the resource? Is the Treasury signed up to this as a priority also?
So the Chancellor's read it. The Chancellor has signed it off, on behalf of government. That was important to know. His signature doesn't appear on the document itself. Look, I mean, over the next few months, this has come out of sequence from a spending review. So there is a spending review, we think, about to kick off, which will finish before COP. And I think there is a lot more to come on this. It is well understood that there is an issue with fuel duty that needs tackling. Okay, I would say that.
Yeah, absolutely. And that net zero Treasury review is going to be a fascinating document when it comes. The next question, someone's proposed that they think the key is for each government department to fully consider the requirements of other departments and to make sure the messages and initiatives sent down to local authorities are consistent and supportive of other needs. What measures are being put in place to facilitate this and I suppose to ensure that cross-government approach?
Yeah, I think...
that's from Dave White, it says here. Thanks,
Dave. I'm going to point to the planning as evidence and an illustration of how we're working and tackling this problem differently in government. You would expect me to say we're more joined up than ever before, but increasingly we are. And planning is fundamental to transport in terms of, and we talk about it in the plan. We've got to remove car dependency, and it's not something that you can transition and do overnight or the course of a year or two. It means fundamental structural change, and we are working more than ever before and closer than ever before, every level, with our colleagues in MHCLG on that. And I'm particularly pleased, to be honest, about how we have been able to put so much around planning. I know that we haven't satisfied everybody, and some of the language in there isn't as strong as it could be. But to have a page on planning in this plan is particularly pleasing.
No, good to hear. And again, it's just a perennial issue right across the low carbon economy, isn't it? We do need an improved planning system. So great to hear there's work going on there. Next up, we're from Mike Woolacott. He said, can you highlight any actions proposed to decarbonise the non-road and off-road fleet? And considering much of this fleet will essentially be HGV and very large heavy vehicles, which fuel do you expect to receive priority?
Gosh, okay. So non-road mobile machinery is out of scope of this plan. This is in essence our plan to deliver against carbon budgets and net zero legislation. So those emissions fall elsewhere. But we have moved into areas where we've never really been before, and importantly, recognising the work of the Zemo partnership and its members, for example, on transport refrigeration units and other ancillaries and things like that. We're gonna grab that. We're gonna bring it forward, hopefully, and progress it. So hopefully that will be to the benefit of members. In terms of the solutions, I think the solutions are there. I've spoken at a couple of conferences and a couple of workshops with people involved in that kind of area. The solutions are there, but there are a number of barriers to preventing their adoption. So I think we want to remove those as quickly as possible and let the battle for whichever is going to be the winning zero emission technology there come forward. I've got to mention hydrogen at some point. Green hydrogen, it's got to be green hydrogen, but that's the thing I see as the niche bit that fills in where batteries can't quite cut it, or where batteries can't quite reach as we describe it in the plan. So probably there could be a role there for that.
Yeah, I suppose the primary news hook from the announcement was that we are going to end internal combustion engines in very heavy goods vehicles, in lorries within 20 years at the outside. Do you have any sense on how we actually go about doing that? Because that's an area where the market is still relatively immature. There's some exciting projects going on, but it's a big technological lift, isn't it?
It is big, but I think the technology is up to it. I've got to be honest, and I think the solutions for trucks, there are only a couple really viable at this stage, and I think both could be potential winners, both hydrogen and then batteries plus or not an electric road system, catenaries or something like that. I think it's absolutely doable, provided we work closely with infrastructure and with our industry and manufacturers. We've got a lot of money going in over the years on freight trials and making sure that we get that infrastructure for trucks absolutely right. I should stress, actually, there's no ban. The internal combustion engine isn't mentioned. It's about non-zero emission technologies. The minister mentioned polluting. So if someone could come up with a combustion engine with which is zero emission at the tailpipe, then bring it on, frankly. That would be perfectly fine. It's an exciting area. Like buses, I think trucks will come through because the economics around the business models there mean that it's different to when you're looking at uptake for privately owned cars, for example. So I'm really excited about that, and that's about how you make transport better, making more use of rail for freight. From really try to take a look from port to kind of door. People's doors, how you can. It's a huge area ripe for improvement, I think, for it.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, a huge investment flowing in. I mean, you look at the work sort of Amazon and others are doing. It's whatever you think of them, that's a massive, potentially game-changing shift. Running out of time, just the last question here, and I think this is included in the plan. Actually, Josh Holmes asked, "Is there a view on reducing investment in road building, as Wales have considered, as a way of curbing demand for private car travel, and use that investment instead for a more modal shift approach?"
I would start that at the end. If that modal shift approach involves roads, but with different use of it, then investment in our roads is still really, really important. Most alternatives long time into the future are still dependent on roads, whether it's zero emission vehicles on them or everybody walking or cycling or using powered 2- and 3-wheelers up and down them. It's wrong to think of the road investment, the RIS 2, £27 billion as just building new roads. It's not. More than half of it is going on in maintenance improvement, and that's going to be crucial. But there is a very, very important section in the plan. It's half a page. It talks about the review of the national policy statement on national networks. That's crucial. That's critical. It remains valid at this time. Having been written in 2014, it's right that we take a look back, because so much has changed since then. And we know that so much has got to change in the future.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Bob. Thanks for your time, and apologies for everyone whose questions we couldn't get through to, but I'm sure you can catch up with Bob hopefully in the chat or at a later date to put those to him. Thank you. Next up, it is the polls. I had to go to the polls. That was the next thing that we were meant to do. So the answer to the first question, I have it live in front of me, and I think we can share it on the screen also. Do you think the transport decarbonisation plan announced last week is too radical, about right, or not radical enough? Well, you're obviously all in a very radical mood this morning. 55% saying it's not radical enough, 42% about right, and only 2.5% think it's too radical. And that, I suppose, is a remarkable endorsement of the scale of optimism and ambition across the sector as we look to deliver this shift. Hugely welcome in many ways. Before our next session, there's two more polling questions to ask. One is, with current UK EV recharging infrastructure, from an owner's viewpoint, what is the ideal range of a battery electric vehicle? Is it 100 to 150 miles, 120 to 250, 250 to 350, 350 to 450, or as far as possible? Which I suppose is the cop-out cover-all answer there. I know what I'm probably going to go for. And then the third question is, by 2030, where do you think most EV drivers with no access to off-street parking will charge their cars? And there's a few options there for you to look through. So please do try and answer those questions using the polling function. And next up, it's our next keynote speaker, and I'm going to hand over to Dr. Ben Lane, who is the co-founder and chief technology officer of Zap-Map, who's going to give a quick overview of how far along we've come on the road to electrifying road transport. Ben, the virtual floor is yours.
Great, thank you, James. Delighted to be here today at the Zemo Partnership Conference. I've done quite a lot of work over the years with low-carbon vehicle partnerships, so it's really good to see the low become the zero. Right, I'm just going to share my screen. Hopefully you will see those slides coming through. So what I want to try and do in the next 10 minutes is really to attempt to really reflect upon the last 2 decades to see how far we've come. Now, as co-founder and CTO of Zap-Map, we are the UK's leading EV charging map. You can imagine that I'm very pro-electric vehicles. We do have hydrogen on the map as well, but I think it's quite insightful, and I think there are a couple of very key high-level lessons to learn from looking back over the last 2 decades, and to understand better about where we are in the current innovation cycle. So it's an impossible task, 10 minutes for the last 20 years, but let's have a go. So I'm going to go into the first slide. But what I want to do is to start by going back to the first decade of the century. Now, electric vehicles go back 130 years or more, as I'm sure we know. But I think the current innovation cycle really starts in 2000. And I think we can, if we think, I think a lot of us in the partnership were involved in this decade. And I think reflecting upon this decade, I think it was the decade of discovery. I think if we think about the Cleaner Vehicle Task Force, which actually Jonathan Murray was heading up, I was actually starting out my career and taking notes in support. The Cleaner Vehicle Task Force really kicked off a period of discovery, which I think there are there are hundreds of milestones you could put on a timeline, but I think my perspective at least is that certainly by the end of the decade, by 2008, 2009, I think it took that long for the industry and the sector as a whole to really understand the powertrains that were available. If you remember back then, there were dozens of possibilities for lower carbon technology: petrol, diesel, LPG, CNG, biofuels of many different flavors, as well as electric vehicles. And and hydrogen. And I think it took that decade for us to really build a roadmap that we all believed in. It didn't mean that the technologies were definitely going to be commercially viable, but it meant they were technologically possible. And at the end of that decade, we ended up with 3 amazing products. I've got 2 on the chart, which I hope you can see. The Nissan Leaf, 2010, obviously a game changer. We had the Renault Zoe very shortly after, and the BMW i3 as well. And I think with those 3 high quality vehicles that were essentially around, I think from memory, about 100-mile mark, I think it showed to the consumers, and it also showed to the industry, that there were technologies which could change the sector, although the questions as far as running a business and the commercial viability, the jury was still out. Now, all of that was top down, and meanwhile, a small company called Tesla was being set up in 2003, and they were trying a bottom-up approach, which was essentially buying as many batteries off the shelf and fitting them into every available space in a Lotus Elise, and from the bottom up, I think that approach proved that vehicles could have high performance and actually catch the consumer imagination. Interestingly, 2003, when Tesla was set up, almost exactly 100 years after Ford was set up, I think to within a month, one for the history books. So let's very fast forward to the last decade, and again, there are thousands of milestones you could put on the 10s and the last year or so. I think for me, this decade was really where the battles were fought. A number of battles, of course. The battles were fought between internal combustion engine and electric and zero emission vehicles. There was smaller battles between battery electric vehicles and hydrogen, which I think is still playing out. We're still learning where the place for hydrogen is or could be. And of course, in the fossil fuel space, there were battles between petrol and diesel. There was a shift to diesel, and then the ultimate battle, I think, one of the key important ones, was between CO2 and NOx emissions. And I think most of us here will know how that played out around 2015. VW was certainly not the only company involved, but there was Dieselgate, and essentially I think we understood then that Euro 6 was not going to be able to deliver all the low emissions that we wanted, or that we needed for environmental reasons. But I think, so with those battles in mind, I think out of that we realized that zero emission vehicles were a reality, and also that by say 2018, when Tesla turned 2 quarters with profit, I think it started to dawn on the industry, or some sectors of the industry at least, that there was profit and commercial viability within that. I think it's also worth saying that I think VW did an absolute incredible pivot from Dieselgate. Within 4 years, they had one of the best vehicles on the road with the ID3 pure electric. So I think again a second pivot for the history books. But for me, 2018 was a key year because of that proof point on the profitability. And I think the outcome of that decade was that it gave confidence for regulators to start setting targets, not just for carbon. Obviously, there were Euro targets. We're obviously part of that group then, but also to start setting bans on internal combustion engines, first at 2040 and now 2035 and possibly 2030. So I think out of that decade came the confidence about where we were going and the technology that was in play. So let's just have a look at some numbers about what was going on in the UK. So with EV sales, from essentially 0% of EV sales as a percentage of new car sales, and I should say all this is from the light duty market. Apologies for those of you in the heavy duty market, but the 0%. And again, around 2018, we really started to see the numbers ramp up. We're just under 15% year to date, with actually the last month, I think we hit 17%. With 10% now of all EVs, of all new cars being battery electric, over 8%, which is year to date. On the public infrastructure, which is obviously very close to my daily work at Zap-Map, again around 2018, the numbers started crunching up by an order of magnitude, and we've now reached 25,000 devices. That's boxes. They have to be a little bit careful with charging infrastructure data, whether you're talking about connectors or devices. So 25,000 devices or boxes with almost 5,000 rapid devices. Now, we've got a lot more work to do. We know we're heading to 100% on the EV, whether that's 2030 or 2035, and we need to go up by orders of magnitude on the infrastructure. But I don't think there's any technical reason whether it's not possible. It's about delivery. And that brings me just to two last observations about where we've come. And that's that we've, maybe without knowing it, we've moved from being technology neutral back in the noughties, and we're definitely on a technology push strategy now, whether we like to admit it or not. Essentially, there are only really hydrogen fuel cell and battery electric ultimately at the moment can deliver. Sure, there may be others at the moment, but I think implicitly we are on a technology push to discuss. And I think the last point is that we're certainly in a delivery phase. We've done discovery and development, and since 2018 or 2019, we're in delivery. And if I'm right about 2018, that means we're 3 years into a 12-year delivery cycle. So for any of you sitting at the back of the virtual hall wondering whether this is all going to happen, delivery is underway. And if you're not already part of this EV revolution, you will be left behind. So it's time to sign up if you haven't already. Now, time is short, so I'm going to just finish with two very quick slides on where we're going and what the issues might be. So are we there yet, as you might say, from the sitting on the back seat? So certainly as far as vehicles are concerned, the UK is really in a strong position. We're one of the EV leading markets in Europe. We've got the backdrop of more than 10 million vehicles, EVs, worldwide. As I said, we're actually nearly at 600,000 EVs in the UK and growing. Interestingly, pure battery electric vehicles are now taking a larger proportion month on month. And that's happening because the manufacturers have done an incredible job in producing really high quality vehicles across many brands over the 200-mile mark, which is what the consumer wants. We've got hundreds of billions being poured into the sector, and globally, and of course in the UK, we've got user satisfaction is absolutely incredibly high. I'd say it's maxed out. Only 1%, the last survey we did last year, only 1% of EV drivers want to go back to petrol or diesel. I think the experience of EVs is absolutely phenomenal, and I think is a key issue for the success. I think, is there a question mark, as we saw in the TDP last week? We've got billions going into the supply chain, all welcome, absolutely timely, really focused, and from the private sector as well. I think the question is, can we build fast enough? Can we supply demand fast enough? I can't answer that here, but let's discuss that during the day. And the last slide is really on charging infrastructure, which is what I deal with at Zap-Map, heading up Zap-Map. Again, we've got the pace of installation is accelerating. Really, we're just on S-curves wherever we look. So we're accelerating infrastructure. We're over at 42,000 connectors in the UK, 10,000 or more being rapid. And as I'm sure we know, the move in the rapid to ultra rapid, moving from 50k to up to 350 kilowatt units is well underway. And I think, what are the things pushing that? Well, again, we've got lots of government money, which is absolutely to be welcomed, 1.3 billion. We've got about $1 billion going to the Rapid Charging Fund, which is to make sure that MSAs across England all have sufficient. That's not just one or two high-powered units, but a whole bank of them, very much in Tesla supercharge mode. We've got the private sector stepping up to the plate now. Over the last couple of months, the MFG group have committed £400 million to putting really high-powered, high-quality units across their service stations. Only last week, I think, GridServe acquired Electric Highway, so we're going to see a lot of improvement on service and more rollout there. We've got the government pushing the sector all in the right direction about opening up data, improving reliability and interoperable payments. At Zap-Map, we offer Zap Pay as part of that interoperable payment solutions. Are there questions? Are there more work to do? Yes, I'm just going to highlight one. One thing that concerns me is not the high power investment, it's the low power. It's the 8 million households or so with no off-street parking. Yes, there's next year there's another 90 million going into that, but I think we need more innovation. I think we need some really low tech innovation, like cable guides under the pavements, in addition to all the good work that Ubertricity and Connected Curb are doing in electrifying on street. So really like to talk about more of that during this session and in the next Q&A. So just to finish off, is there any going back? I don't think there's any chance of going back, partly because we know the technology that can deliver ZEV and zero emission mobility. But I think it's about the opportunity. APC last year identified 24 billion of opportunity in the passenger, in the supply chain, in the passenger car market in the UK alone. There is so much opportunity ahead that the only way is to go forwards as quickly as possible. And I hope you agree. Thank you for your time. Thanks for your attention.
Excellent. Thank you, Ben Lane. Yeah, I like Are We Nearly There Yet? And indeed going as fast as possible. Both things I'm about to hear this summer on some long car trips. Next up, we have David Bunch, who is country chair of Shell UK, obviously one of the companies right at the cutting edge and the very heart of this transition, if you'll excuse that mixed metaphor. David, again, the floor is yours for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, James. Hello, everybody. So in addition to being country chair, I'm currently also the responsible for the electric mobility network across Europe and the UK. So I spent the past 5 years deploying that network and Shell Recharge, and also more recently the acquisition of Ubertricity that Dr. Ben just mentioned, and fully agree, Ben, with your comments around that segment and the need for more innovation acceleration there. Outside of work, I'm a very keen cyclist and hiker. So one of the highlights, I have to say, from the plan published last week was the commitment, the announcement of a world-class cycling and walking network in the UK. So I very much look forward to seeing what that means in actionable plans going forward. So, our journey, I thought maybe just share a couple of the highs and lows, the good, the bad, and the ugly of our own deployment of recharge and electric infrastructure in the UK, and how we see things panning out, and some areas where there's additional opportunity for us to work together, and a lot more collaboration required in some key areas. It was about 5 years ago when we opened our first ultra rapid 350 charger in Paris, and a colleague of mine drove down, and of course an electric car, to open it. And I remember that trip well because it was an absolutely freezing February day, and unfortunately not for the great conversation or the lovely countryside, but for the fact that much of the charging infrastructure that we planned to visit on the way down didn't work. And we had that moment that I'm sure many of the audience have had, where we were desperately turning off the heaters, putting on our gloves and hats, and turning off the sat-nav and the radio to try and conserve every ounce of energy we could to make sure that we made it all the way to the opening in Paris. We made it, fortunately, but it was certainly a lot more stress than we had planned. Now, fast forward 5 years, and I think, as has been mentioned before, I mean, I fully subscribe to the fact that the technology has certainly advanced to a point where, in my own view, the barriers to reaching these ambitious targets that have been laid forth in the decarbonisation plan, I think are very much attainable, and we very much support. We were very proud to and pleased to support the initial 2030 target, and it's great to see the added context from the 2035 delivery plan. And I think there's a lot more detail in there that is extremely helpful, and will further accelerate the adoption and the acceleration of e-mobility. So, many of those things that we were thinking about 5 years ago, I think on the technology side, and as Dr. Ben sort of referenced, I think have progressed almost exponentially, and the range question, the chemistry question in the batteries, the grid I mean, many of these elements are being addressed, and we're finding solutions for, and no longer really the key constraint. The key constraint, unfortunately, is very much the sort of the project delivery and human aspect, the systems, the processes, the planning that are very much causing us unnecessary delays. And just to put it into context, so we talk a lot about 2030, but more immediately, just 2025, we believe that there's required going to be about over 200,000 good public chargers required to meet that necessary curve to meet the 2030 targets and the ICE ban in 2035. And in order to do that, we are quite a long way away, as you know, and that requires many more than the 7,000 current chargers that are being deployed each year. It requires a sort of an exponential step change in that number. So if we're going to get there, it really is this sort of infrastructure component that is going to be the constraint. I think the technology, the consumer element, I think, is very much progressed. So why is that? What's the core issue? If there's willingness, if we all think this is a really good thing to do, why is this so difficult? Well, I mean, just to give a very practical example, I'll just share a couple of pictures here. So back just over about 3 years ago, I hope you can see these. I think that's coming up. So this was taken from a couple of years ago. This is a petrol station in central London. And I took the decision with the team that this was going to be our first current site that we were going to fully convert to a fully EV renewable electric charging hub. So the first one that we were going to convert, first of what we would obviously see to be a pattern going forward. Now, that was nearly 3 years ago. It took us 2 years to just get the planning sorted out. And this was not because there was not willingness, a great deal of willingness and intent. And that, I think, it makes it all the more, of course, frustrating that these challenges were human resource, lack of expertise in certain areas, a bit of funding challenge, complexity, and simply we weren't addressing this in an agile way. Despite, I can assure you, huge amounts of effort and escalation. And unfortunately, this is not an isolated incident. Just on our sort of current network, we have a network of 1,000 locations in the UK. You're probably quite familiar with Shell locations. 90% of the Great Britain population lives within 10-15 minutes of a Shell station. So this is a great opportunity for us. The more fast chargers we can deploy to fill an immediate gap. But unfortunately, the reality is it takes me 24 months on average to get the necessary planning and deployment done to get an electric charger. And just in comparison, it takes less than that, about less than 12 months if we were going to replace the tanks or put some new traditional pumps there. Now, of course, that's not because of supply of the kit or technology. That's purely the sort of the administrative process attached with these conversions. So it is a very real issue, and it's one that we're going to have to address quite significantly. Now, good news is that I think, as it has been framed up here, and we saw a little bit of that in the plan last week, we're working very closely with government. We are making offers of workshops, collaboration, bringing our own expertise to help accelerate this, but we simply have to do things differently. I mean, if we carry on doing this in the same way, we will get obviously the same results, and we will not hit that trajectory. But I think there is light at the end of the tunnel, because the problem, as we've heard, I think from all of the previous speakers, has been very much clearly identified. So that's a huge step forward, and now we need to really fill in the gaps, help the local governments, and work together collaboratively to enable that step change and acceleration in how we deploy this infrastructure. So I'll leave it there, James. I think that's the key message, and if there's a question or two, then happy to take that.
Thank you very much, David and Ben. Just very, very, I'm mindful of time, we're slightly over, but I'm going to ask one very, very quick question. I mean, how worried are you about this, David? Because 2 years, I mean, it doesn't sound a lot, but that's 20% of the time before the end of sales of polluting cars comes in. We're obviously, meantime, we're seeing massive acceleration in demand for electric vehicles. I mean, if it's going to take 2 years plus to make these changeovers, are you worried that we're going to have a potential charging crunch in the future that could put people off EVs?
Well, I think there already is a bit of a charging crunch, if I'm really, I mean, from personal experience as well. And of course, I'm sure Ben will have more to say on this. But yeah, so I think we definitely, things have to change, no doubt, and bring it forward. I think it's good to have the 2030, but we've got to bring it forward, even, just focus in on 2025 and what's required. At this pace, there is definitely going to be a crunch. Now, the positive is that, I think we've identified it. I think we've caught it sort of just in time, but it is going to take, strong work together with the local governments, central governments, and industry to make sure we tackle this issue and design a new set of processes and procedures to accelerate this.
Absolutely. Ben, I see you're nodding along. Just quickly, do you concur? Do you see this as a potential
I do,
constraint?
yeah, I do concur. And I completely agree with David, and I feel his pain. I think we need to remember that technology is not just about hardware. It's always about people. It's about processes. It's about administration, and it's about mindset. So I think the innovation isn't just about engineers, behind closed doors developing kit. It's about rolling it out, and it's about the regulators, and it's about process. So I think across the board we need to think more smartly, and we need to speed up all the processes from beginning to end if we're going to deliver what we want to deliver by 2030 or 2035.
Excellent. Thank you both. We're slightly over for our comfort break, which is a bit of a concern on the agenda, to say the least, but there we go. Thank you both to Ben Lane and also to David Bunch from Shell. Right, next up, I understand that we are going to take a brief break, but before we do that, we're going to cut to the polling results that everyone has been diligently filling in their response to the polls. I can see one of them here. With current UK EV recharging infrastructure, from an owner's point of view, what's the ideal range? Obviously, owners will vary massively, but we've got 5% saying 100 to 150 miles. We have 19% saying 150 to 250 miles. The sweet spot seems to be 250 to 350 miles, 48% backing that. 13% backing 350 to 450, and going further still, we've got 13% as far as possible. And if we could just flip to the other question, we can see where now here is the charging challenge in a single slide. Amongst this expert audience, we still have a significant division on what we think will dominate for the off-street parking. Of those who don't have off-street parking and need to charge. 23% say local on-street chargers, 20% community charging locations, 30% think we'll have a more local rapid charger network, similar, I suppose, more similar to petrol station approach, and then 20% say EV chargers will mainly charge at destinations. Yeah, make of that what you will. It really does summarise the fact that there isn't a consensus view on this as yet, and we will see how it evolves. Excellent. Right, I believe we just take a minute for the next round of speakers to come forward, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly. Excellent. Welcome back. A very brief break there. We are straight into our next session. We have some stakeholder shorts from some of the companies that are present here today, which will then be followed by our next keynote speech from Professor Sadita Helm, who is always hugely enlightening on the challenges and opportunities of the net zero transition. So without further ado, let's cut to those stakeholder shorts.
I'm Paul Clark from Automotive Comms and Green Car Guide, and I believe the UK has the ability to be bigger and bolder in its move to decarbonise transport. Having run Green Car Guide for 15 years, I've seen lots of people who've said electric cars would never take off. The good news is motorists seem to quite like driving electric cars. The challenge is there's lots more to do in a short period of time. By being bigger and bolder, there are massive opportunities for UK automotive and the wider economy. We can put an end to messing with the planet and its climate, and we can put a stop to children having to walk to school every day, breathing in emissions from petrol and diesel vehicles.
Britain led the world through the first industrial revolution, powered by steam, and has been a key global player in the second transport revolution, powered by the internal combustion engine. As we embark upon this new transport revolution towards a green net zero transport structure, we need the same level of innovation around electric motors that we've previously enjoyed with internal combustion engines and steam power. Every vehicle, from the smallest PLV to the largest freight and construction vehicles, will require electric motors. And there is a huge opportunity for UK PLC in this space to develop the same level of engineering skills and, critically, manufacturing footprint for electric motors that we've previously enjoyed for internal combustion engines. That is a real opportunity for this country to develop and maintain its position as a global leader.
It's well known that the UK has a rich automotive, engineering and motorsport heritage, and world-leading universities and research capabilities. What's less well known, but no less vital for our journey to zero-emission transport, is that the people of Britain are absolutely behind tackling this journey boldly and aggressively. Last year's Climate Assembly and other studies since then have consistently shown this appetite for rapid change exists across all sections of our society. So we have an opportunity to fully reset our whole approach to transport, and that must start with demand reduction and management. I just hope the government and business community can match the ambition and commitment of the people they serve.
About carbon emissions, one of the key challenges is the resistance to change, a human attitude embedded in individuals, industries and society. A major opportunity is turning them around by looking at the whole system benefits because of decarbonization. An element to exploit more is the understanding of net zero as a driver to develop technologies and knowledge-intensive jobs that bring wealth and prosperity to the country, yet protecting the environment and our health.
As the government moves to an ambitious plan for a reduction in GHG emissions, we've got a real opportunity to make a step change in lightweighting and reduction of mass for passengers and for freight. We can massively improve payload efficiency and start to really affect our whole life carbon by making a shift away from heavy goods vehicles and passenger cars through to powered lightweight vehicles. I think there's huge R&D opportunity here, but also to put a downward pressure on battery supply, battery capacity, charging infrastructure, and on the whole life carbon of infrastructure development.
As one of the world's richest and most developed countries with an already existing strong infrastructure network in place, I think the UK is very well positioned to decarbonise transport at home domestically as soon as possible through moving as much freight transportation onto the railways and helping people transition to electric vehicles through government support, but also through private businesses stepping up to make that decision easier for consumers and drivers.
Excellent. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, it's one of our keynote speakers for today, and we're delighted that Dieter Helm has pre-recorded a speech on how we actually go about stopping climate change. Hopefully he has the answers. Over to you, Dieter.
Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words about net zero and the book I've written on the subject. The climate change challenge is something which I think everybody understands. And there can be very few people who doubt that we're already seeing quite a lot of global warming. Indeed, by 2025, there's about a 40% chance that we'll already have crossed 1.5 degrees warming, and we're well north of 400 parts per million in the atmosphere. I think what people don't perhaps understand quite so fully is what it means to have committed ourselves unilaterally as a country to a net zero carbon production emissions territorial target. I spell all that out because it's not the case that when we get to net zero, if we do, that we will stop causing climate change, as the Climate Change Committee apparently claims we will have done, because carbon territorial emissions production does not measure our carbon footprint. What measures our carbon footprint is our carbon consumption. It's what you and I consume, and it's carbon content that counts. And this is not just some neat little academic point. It's pretty fundamental. And the way to reflect that, as I do in my book, is to look back over the last 30 years and ask oneself a simple question. Have we achieved anything at all after trying for 30 years to address climate change? And if the question is really, have we stopped contributing to the growth of the carbon consumption and the carbon concentration in the atmosphere? The answer is very sadly no. Every single year since 1990, the world has added 2 parts per million to the totality of carbon in the atmosphere, say well past 400 parts per million. And just in case you're in any doubt and thinking, well, this is, that's the past and it's all fine now. Last year, during the coronavirus lockdowns, simultaneously across most of the developed world, we added another 2 parts per million. So if you think that net zero means that you, and indeed we, will no longer be causing climate change, think again. And this matters because when you translate that carbon consumption picture into the kinds of decisions that you and I have to make, we need to start off by recognizing that you and I are the polluters. It's our consumption that those oil companies and all those other people that the activists like to victimize or at least criticize, they're doing it for us. You and I fill up the car with petrol. You and I buy fashionable clothes, perhaps, probably less so in my case. You and I buy shoes, food from all over the world, loads of stuff delivered to our door in packaging, and so on and so forth. The translation of the fact that the world is, in energy terms, 80% dependent on fossil fuels is that you and I are probably pretty close to 80% dependent on fossil fuels too. So what do we do if we genuinely no longer want to cause climate change and we genuinely want net zero to mean what I think we think it means, and that is that we're not causing any more climate change? So the answer to that question is that we need to ruthlessly focus upon our carbon consumption. And in my book, I have several parts to this. One is to say it means we, the polluters, must pay, and that means there must be carbon prices and, critically, carbon border adjustments. And it means that you and I must look deeply into our own personal carbon diaries to see how we can change our ways for the better. So let's start with that carbon pricing. Okay, if something isn't priced, it's probably the case that we won't take much notice of it and we'll carry on as we were before. If we pay the cost of our pollution, we have a really big incentive to change our ways. It's true that it's going to make us worse off. We are living beyond our sustainable means. We are over-consuming relative to the true costs of the things that we consume. Any rubbish about cakeism And the idea that you can decarbonise and it's not going to cost you anything is just nonsense. Okay, it's derives from this observation about living beyond our means. We are, if we had to pay the true cost of what we are up to, that 80% of fossil fuels in the energy mix and all the energy implied by that we consume, you and I would exhaust a lot more of our household budgets than we currently do. So we should pay, and we should pay irrespective of where the goods and services we buy come from. Doesn't matter a damn to climate change whether the steel that goes into the cars and all sorts of other things that we might consume is made in China or made here. It doesn't matter whether the emissions from raising beef come in the UK or in Brazil or Argentina. They're just emissions. The world knows no boundaries for carbon. It just doesn't matter where it's emitted. It all goes up in that atmosphere and adds to parts per million. So we need to ensure that not only stuff produced in Britain pays a carbon price, but imports do. And if you really think that through, you'll realise that much of the great dash for globalisation has been on the back of not paying proper pricing for the pollution we cause. So that's one bit. And it might sound a bit negative, but the truth is we should face the consequence of our actions. The second side of this is what we really can positively do in our carbon diary. So I suggest that in my book that everyone should sit down and just try and construct roughly what carbon they think is involved in their daily activities, from getting up in the morning and flushing the loo and the energy that goes into that and the paper you might use as loo paper, through to the breakfast cereals which may come from cut down palm oil, rainforests use palm oil in, say, Malaysia or Thailand, through to the fuel in the transport we use to get to work, through to the shoes and the clothes we buy and all that kind of stuff. And you'll rapidly realise that to get to a world where you're not causing any more climate change involves the elimination of nearly all that carbon in your diary. Then you'll get serious and you'll realise what's really involved. And that brings us to transport, which I know you're particularly interested in. And we have real choices here. The first choice is whether to travel at all. Why do we need to travel everywhere? Why do we all have to go on aeroplanes all over the place? I've stopped flying, or almost stopped flying, and that in itself is just one small reduction in the hypocrisy that we all have when it comes to addressing climate change. But how do I get to work? Do I use public transport rather than private transport? Do I really believe that buying an electric car will solve the problem? Really? Have you ever worked out how much carbon is involved in an electric car? It may, after say 60 or 70,000 miles, be carbon better than a conventional small petrol car, but it's a matter of relatives, not absolutes. Could I cycle? Could I walk? And I think that when you do that and you work out what choices you ought to make, you'll realise that we as a society ought to make some pretty powerful choices about public transport and public transport systems. And probably you share with me the difficulty of using public transport, that it's not very well provided. There ain't much of it, it isn't very conveniently placed, and it isn't really designed to enable the country to decarbonise. It's designed to deal with some commuting problems, and particularly with regard to cities. But it can make a great difference. You don't have to go on an internal flight to Glasgow from London. You can get on a train. That makes quite a difference. So if you really look at your personal diary and you analyse all the carbon, and you do a subset of that, which is all the transport carbon you cause, you can make a difference. And the fact is, if we do want to be net zero, we all have to have net zero carbon consumption. And that, dare I say, is a hell of a lot more demanding than pretending like cakeism that it's all just a matter of building some more wind turbines and solar panels, good though that may be, and buying an electric car and hey, it's all done. Not a bit of it. A lot of those old-fashioned arguments about public versus private transport, about minimising the impact of that transport, come home to roost. Hey, and you might just try going on a bicycle instead. I hope those comments help. I hope they're optimistic in the end that we can tackle these problems, and I hope they contribute to your conference. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Welcome back all, and a huge thank you to Dieter Helm for his always enlightening overview of the current moment. Before we move into our final panel of this morning, it's time for another poll question, which hopefully you can see up on your screen right now. And it is, I can get it in front of me here. Question number 4. Should the UK government follow the lead of the Government of Wales and suspend future new road building plans? Very simple. Yes, no, don't know. And I think we can get a sense right now of early responses to that. I think people are answering away as we speak. And indeed, I can see the answers moving around. We have 44% saying yes currently, or up to 46% yes, 40% no. There we go, and a 13% undecided, and it's moving around, but broadly at those levels. Well, it's a close run thing currently. There we go, 45% now say no. Excellent. We'll come back to that after our panel discussion. So I'm delighted to be joined this morning by an expert panel to discuss all the topics we've heard about thus far. We are joined by Claire Haigh, who is the CEO of Greener Transport Solution, Michael Hurwitz, who is Director of Development for Mobility at Arrival, the electric vehicle pioneer. We have John Lippe, who is Director for City Engagement at Ford Mobility, and Ali Clabburn, who is the Chief Executive of Mobilityways, part of the LiftShare Group. How we're going to do this is fairly standard panel discussion format. I'm going to ask each of the panel to offer some opening comments for 3 or 4 minutes or so, and then we'll move into a Q&A, and as ever, please do put your questions to them through the Q&A function, and those come through to me. Claire, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you, James. Well, I'm delighted to be here. The Transport Decarbonisation Plan is a landmark publication. The target to end sale of all new polluting road vehicles by 2040 is genuinely world-leading. And there's a lot to celebrate in the plan's vision for a cleaner, greener, healthier Britain. The criticism, though, is that the plan perpetuates the myth that we can continue our current lifestyles unchanged. As Sir Dieter Helm has just powerfully reminded us, we are living beyond our sustainable means. We must focus on our carbon consumption, and that means travelling less or changing how we travel. Now, there are contradictory messages in the plan. It includes the aspiration for public transport, walking and cycling to be the first choice. And there's a lot about the National Bus Strategy, the Great British Railways and gear change. And this support for sustainable transport modes is very welcome. But the overriding message is that we will be able to continue our existing travel behaviour, but with cleaner technologies. There's some really positive wording about the need for a car-led recovery, to avoid a car-led recovery, to better integrate transport with planning, and of course, to review commitments on the road building programme. But still, there are no firm commitments on how and when this will be delivered. Crucially, no targets for modal switch. So even with all petrol and diesel cars banned, sales of the new by 2030, we will still need to reduce traffic on our roads by at least 20%. Transport Scotland has pledged 20% cut in car kilometres by 2030, but there is no mention of any such target in the Transport Decarbonisation Plan. The plan does contain ambitious targets for cleaner vehicles, but many of these are based on assumptions around unproven technologies. It is excellent that government is consulting on ending the sale of new non-zero emission HGVs by 2040. That's going to send the right signals. It will be spur for innovation. But an important caveat is there is not yet a winning technology for road freight. Green hydrogen looks promising, but many of the zero emission alternatives for HGVs, as indeed for aviation and shipping, are untested and yet to become mainstream. So government needs to be honest about what can be delivered now through technology alone. Aviation is a case in point. So the plan notes that there are many exciting technologies, but these are still in their infancy. And the Committee on Climate Change has been clear that we are going to have to manage demand. We are going to have to the aviation growth must be slowed if we're going to hit the net zero deadline. But conspicuously absent is any mention of limiting growth in flights. If we electrify the car fleet without sorting out how to transition away from fuel duty, road traffic will increase by 30%. So introducing EVs without road pricing will lead to increased congestion, it will damage public transport networks, and it will leave the Treasury with a 40 billion black hole. I mean, obviously this is one for the Treasury. I mean, perhaps it's understandable that government might be reluctant to be too upfront about the behaviour change required for fear of a public backlash, but in perpetuating the myth that we can continue our existing lifestyles unchanged, it is storing up problems for the future. If it's going to take the public with it on the journey to net zero, government must first level with the public about some of the hard choices ahead. And there are promising signs. I mean, the Committee on Climate Change has found that more than half would support charging for use of roads. However, there is a huge difference between surveys and climate assemblies for 100 people to a real world implementation of potentially unpopular measure like road pricing. There will be a role for deliberative democracy, but also for a concerted awareness campaign on the scale of the public comms surrounding the pandemic. We know that government can act decisively and people will respond when presented with a clear imperative. Now, one might argue that the difference with the pandemic is that this has been a clear and present danger. However, the loss of life and devastating impacts of climate change in areas which previously wouldn't have been thought of as high risk, such as Germany, Canada, the US, are set to become more frequent. We must have that conversation before it's too late. Transport is the fastest growing source of global greenhouse gas emissions. The Transport Decarbonisation Plan is a welcome first step, but it needs to go much further.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Claire. Next up, I think we're going to Michael.
Hi, everybody. Delighted to be here today and provide a comment. As I've seen all sides of this debate. I spent a long time in central government. I was then at Transport for London, and now I'm in an innovative business in the EV sector. And it's Arrival who I now speak for. And for those who don't know us, we are a technology company seeking to make a positive radical impact on cities. We are focused on making beautifully designed, fully electric commercial vehicles with sustainability at the heart of our processes. And with those, we want to clean up cities and elevate the experience of public transports and for making and receiving our deliveries. And with an innovative new approach to manufacturing, our goal is to make EVs for the same price now as their internal combustion powered equivalents. And what is more, we have an approach of making microfactories, which is creating jobs and skills close to where the vehicles will be used and supporting communities in the process. So what's my response to what we've heard so far? Well, to the Minister and to Bob Moran and the team, we wholeheartedly support the ambition because we need stretch targets and we have to start now and we have to move quickly. I also support the desire for collaboration. Much is going to be consulted upon, but that's important because as such a big task is in front of us, governments and businesses are going to have to pull together to support that transition to zero emissions much more quickly. Now, I would say this, but from where we are, it feels absolutely true that there is a massive opportunity that decarbonisation brings to manufacturing and UK business. Our approach at Arrival is all about supporting businesses locally to where they operate with a decentralised microfactory. You don't have to waste resources on huge production runs. They can be targeted and configured and locally produced with a low total cost of ownership, which means they can be applied and supporting the development of skills in local communities. But is there anything to improve? Well, I must say I am sympathetic to producing a paper and a set of documents like this. It's a tough gig, which I know because I've done it. And and you have to weigh the often competing demands of the various stakeholders with whom you engage. But my one suggestion really is to keep going with more energy and even more ambition to that expressed last week. We have to keep pushing the boundaries. We have to stretch the horizon of the policy and the proposals as far as the political timeframe will stretch. Because in that journey, and I make the offer actually in that journey, that they should make an open invitation to work with companies like us, like Arrival, at the leading edge of innovation, already having made that EV or already invested in the agenda. Because I think what we need to do as a country is to stretch towards where the industry has to be in the future, rather than make the pace of national progress be determined by the incumbents. And then in response to Sir Dieter, he was, as always, both extremely eloquent and challenging. And the issues of hidden or embedded emissions and the need for behavioural change to mitigate the climate crisis are absolutely critical. But what I would say is not to let such an articulate critique lead to a lack of enthusiasm, of momentum. Of course, complacency should not creep in. We should not assume that one answer will resolve everything. And indeed, if Professor Helm is right, and we do need a systematic approach, for example, to carbon pricing, that should not lead us to wait to get started. It shouldn't stop us from focusing creativity and scientific know-how right now at how we can really push zero carbon technology. Because really, we have to start now building this support from investors, business leaders, consumers, and yes, students, and frankly, children, to get more excited about being involved and working on this agenda together. This is a long and important journey, and what I would say is to echo the points just made, that the steps we are taking now are in the right direction. We have to keep pushing further, and I'm excited to be here representing Arrival, a company already well down the track of the path we all need to follow.
Thank you, Michael. Two really inspiring calls to arms there already this morning. We do need to go faster. That is the clear message that I think everyone will receive. John, from Ford Mobility, you're up next.
Thanks, James. Good afternoon, everybody. So thanks for the opportunity to comment. I think just starting off really with Professor Dieter Helm's sobering and challenging perspective. I think I would very much agree with what Michael's just said there. I think behavioural change is absolutely part of the solution. Technology is not the answer on its own, but technology is a significant part of the answer, and I think there's a huge opportunity for the auto industry and for other stakeholders to really move the needle in terms of CO2 and carbon. The decarbonation plan, we absolutely welcome that, and the associated consultation process. It's absolutely necessary to lay out a clear and supportive framework to accelerate the transition to zero emissions vehicles. I think Dr. Bob Moran referenced, let's not underestimate just how ambitious this challenge is. This is absolutely an enormous challenge. And I think to think about this even just a few years ago, to think where we are today, we've come a long way. So, Ford absolutely supports this decarbonization plan and the consultation process, and we look forward to engaging in that process going forward. The automotive industry can't get there on their own, of course. I think that's referenced within the document. There's a need for long-term government incentives to support that transition. There's a need for all stakeholders to work together, including the provision of necessary infrastructure. And I think that the final point is that, we need to bring the public on the journey with us. I think there's still a lot of education that is required in terms of the adoption of these new technologies. I think the comment was made earlier about the challenge of getting there quickly enough and building that momentum early enough to ensure that we get to the 2030 target. In terms of Ford's commitment, we're all in on electrification. Our president of Ford of Europe at the Times Future of the Car Summit confirmed that there is no going back. We are fully engaged in the electrification race. By 2026, 100% of Ford passenger vehicles will be zero emissions capable, plug-in hybrid or fully electric, and by 2030 the entire will be electric. That's in Europe. For CVs, and CVs are a particular challenge, as we know, when we're talking about Ford's CV range. So we're talking typically about transit type vehicles. Ford will be 100% zero emissions capable, plug-in or fully electric by 2024. And we expect 2/3 of CV sales to be fully electric or plug-in hybrid by 2030. As I say, CVs are a particular challenge, and it's one of the areas that we really want to sort of explore in the consultation process. We're investing on an unprecedented scale in electrification. This is the biggest challenge the auto industry has had for the last 100 years. Ford are investing 22 billion between now and 2025 globally. We recently announced a 1 billion investment in Cologne in Germany to build an electrification manufacturing centre, and it's the first of a number of investments. So I'm mindful of time, I'll maybe just pause there. I think just a final comment. The industry has a significant part to play, of course it does. It's an unprecedented challenge for us, but it's also necessary that we have the support from government, the incentives, the policy in place to support that journey. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, John. And finally, Ali from Mobilityways.
Thank you, James. Can we share the slides? Brilliant. So good afternoon, everyone. Absolutely delighted to have this opportunity. And first up, I'd like to really pay a huge thanks to all the team for putting together the TDP. It's clear to everyone in the industry how much work's gone into it. When the first draft came out last year, I have to say I was pretty sad and frustrated that some of the huge opportunities for positive change weren't in it. I have to say, having read the published version last week, I had real hope, lots of hope, lots of energy, and I'm really excited by the scope of what's now been included, because it does include much more of some of the things we've been working on. For instance, the first draft didn't include really any mention of commuters, and when commuters account for 5% of all UK emissions, was a big miss. And it also didn't include any role for employers, but this version sets out a really clear role for Commute Zero and the need for employers to report on their commute emissions. Two things which I think will have a dramatic impact on emissions moving forward. Also, the first draft didn't really mention anything about the obvious need to track and increase car and bus occupancy, but this version sets out a really clear goal to increase car occupancy alongside public transport. So to decarbonise transport, it clearly makes sense to target the journeys that emit the most CO2. And with cars accounting for 60% of all surface transport emissions, 82% of car emissions, come from journeys that are over 5 miles long. And those journeys are typically too far to walk or cycle. And very few of these journeys have viable public transport available to them. So although shifting to EVs will help, as a professor said earlier, there's still a lot of CO2 in producing EVs, and by 2035, we'll still only be at about half of the UK fleet being EV. So there's huge work to do, and we haven't got till 2035 or 2040. We've got to start acting right now. So I think we can make much better use of the 47 million empty seats in cars and the millions of empty seats in the buses every day. So the levers that we've got, which are talked about in the plan, it's right that the minister says that a double-decker bus can take 75 cars off the road, but average bus occupancy is currently only 10 people. In fact, that was pre-COVID. So during COVID, it dropped below 10 people per bus, which makes it no more efficient than the average car with 1.6 people in it. So I think it's wrong to set buses against cars. Both can be very efficient, both can be very inefficient. It totally depends on their occupancy. And during COVID, all occupancy fell. But it's worth pointing out that a passenger on a full bus emits typically 30 grams of carbon per kilometre. A full car with 5 people in it also emits 30 grams of carbon per kilometre. It's not about the mode, it's about how we use it. So we need to make sure that this plan focuses very much on increasing occupancy. And as it says, if we can just increase car occupancy from 1.6 to 1.7, we can save 3 million tonnes of CO2. And that's the same as the total emissions currently from the buses in the country. So looking at the other area of the TDP that's really, really important, and that's the role of employers. And getting them to measure and report on their commuting emissions. When employers had to measure and report on their energy emissions, that was a large part in driving the energy emissions to drop. And the energy sector has cut its emissions by 60% in recent years. And the transport sector now needs to do the same. Last year, through the work that we're now doing under Mobilityways, we launched a scheme called ACEL, which are recognised as being very similar to EPC. And now any company can go to the site and for free get an estimate of their commuting emissions, their total commuting emissions and their average commuting emissions. And clearly, to reduce emissions, we've got to reduce average emissions by 5% or more a year to get down to zero by 2040. In this example, just up on the screen now, this was for a recent NHS client. Just 1% of their staff travel by bus to work every day, but 55% have a viable bus option. 10% of their staff shared cars to work, but 95% could have done. 4% were cycling, 39% could have done. There is huge latent capacity. Before we get to the EV need, there's a huge latent capacity to shift people to more sustainable modes right now. And that is all around behaviour change, marketing and engaging with our audience. So my challenge to the TDP team, to the ministers and to everyone really is, how low can we go and how fast can we get there? Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ali. So much we could pick out from this discussion. As I say, we've got questions coming in as well. Ali, I just want to come to you and to Claire also. I mean, you kind of highlighted two of the biggest, I suppose, gaps in the strategy, but also two of the bits that are just politically most difficult. I mean, we're seeing across the board, politicians don't like to boss us around too much. There's a sort of instinctive reluctance to do that. I mean, Ali, how practically do you get people to make those behaviour changes that, as you say, could deliver big savings, but you know those behaviours are really embedded now? It's difficult to encourage people to make these shifts.
Well, we say that pre-COVID, I would have agreed. What COVID has shown us is that massive behaviour change can happen super quickly with the right thing going on. 48% of people stopped commuting to work. Lots of people working from home. We suddenly showed that we can work from home. So I would argue that behaviour change is really key. I'd also really argue that the role of employers is super key. I think if your employer encourages you to walk or cycle or makes it easy for you to work from home or gets discounted bus tickets, you're far more likely to do it than if the government tell you need to do it. So I think there's a really big role for employers, and there's a need for us to report on these stats. When the energy sector had to report on its stats, everyone cut their energy. The transport sector needs to do exactly the same. Let's make it visual. Let's see how much carbon comes from emissions, because it is frankly embarrassing being in a sector that is the worst performing of all of them when there's such opportunity and latent potential for change.
Yeah, fascinating points. Claire, come to you. I mean, you go a step further, and it's harder still actually curbing demand. Again, governments resisted that, most notably in aviation, but also on road transport. I mean, how? If you accept that
the transport's fault. I think the road pricing piece does rest squarely with the Treasury, as Bob indeed mentioned earlier. I mean, pricing, the big one is getting the price signals right. What the blunt reality is that the cost of motoring has been falling relative to the cost of public transport, and it's absolutely right that there's been some great stuff in the plan about public transport, focusing on the car commuting and tackling all of that. Vehicle occupancy, we've got to get the price signals right. That's the really big piece that sits in a way outside perhaps of DfT purview, but we've got to tackle it. And in a way, and that's really hard, of course, as I mentioned in my comments, of course, it's, that in a way but that's where the comms are so important. And as Ali's just said, we have shown through the pandemic, the public can change when it's clearly explained why. This is harder nut to crack than the pandemic, which was a clear and obvious present, immediate threat. But a lot can be learned from how we've dealt with the pandemic, I think.
Yeah, and John, obviously getting the pricing signals right is absolutely critical, but getting the services right as well is vital. I mean, I know Ford's doing a lot of work in this space around this idea of mobility services and more efficiency sharing and the like. I mean, can you just unpack that a little bit as to, are we going to be able to get away from this idea of that a car is something that you own and the car is the primary source of mobility, and start to be able to introduce different modes? Will the customers respond in a positive way?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the appropriate use of the car, the appropriate use of the van is the way I would present that. So, for passenger cars, the car is not necessarily the most appropriate form of transport in an urban environment. There are micro-mobility solutions. Cycling, walking is a realistic choice. Public transportation needs to improve significantly to really provide a viable alternative, and companies like Michael's Arrival provide sort of some really exciting visions of what public transport could look like in the future. So, I think it's the appropriate use of the car and the van. For the commercial vehicle, and Ford, of course, are significantly invested in commercial vehicles. We're the European leader in CVs with the transit range of vehicles. And I think that the question there really is, yes, technology will solve some of the problems in terms of CO2 emissions, regulated emissions, improve air quality, but it doesn't solve congestion. Congestion remains. So it's the appropriate use of the commercial vehicle. Commercial vehicles, I mean, one of the other interesting experiences of the pandemic, of course, is the increase in e-commerce. We're all receiving Amazon packages, multiple times daily, it seems. All of that is leading to increased use of light commercial vehicles. They're an increasing part of the urban vehicle park. They're an increasing part of the congestion problem. And so, how do we use, or how do we start to think about the more effective deployment of vans? And that's an area we've been working on. We've been looking at last mile delivery. We're developing software to link conventional vans with porter services to reduce the number of vehicles moving in that last mile. So we see a range of different solutions providing the answer. It's not just about vehicle technology.
Absolutely huge. It's so complex, isn't it? As soon as you start to pull at any one thread of this agenda, you suddenly find that it's attached to another one, and on we go. We've got lots of questions coming in. I want to put this one to Michael, because Arrival's sort of looking at the kind of the bus and van sector. John Carr asked that Ali was absolutely right that buses are performing far below their potential, which is why the Buses Back Better programme could be the delivery vehicle of the decarbonisation plan and have a critical role to play. But solutions must be found in blending shared car use with public transport. Is that an area that you think we could start to see more focus? He also says, remember also that cars spend north of 80% of their lives parked on land that could be better used than for car parking. Michael, I come to you. You guys, as I understand it, Arrival have recently signed you're working in the bus space. You've just signed an agreement with Uber. You're looking at moving into that space. I mean, do you see that kind of more shared approach as the optimal way to tackle this problem?
The easy answer is to say yes. But you start from this point about what makes a city better to live in, what makes it more pleasant to move around when you do need to move around, and when you do move around, how can you lower the carbon footprint and make the air cleaner? And there's two angles to look at it from, I would say, is that what we're going to have to do, and it's building on this behavioural change point, is that when you do provide people alternative options, they have to be as good as we could possibly make them. And they have to be as cheap as they possibly make them. And and I think all of us, so for example, I'll talk about the bus that we're making. Right now, it's on a skateboard platform, so the batteries are on the floor, so the roof can have a skylight. You need to do everything we can to change the vehicles to make it as positive an experience as we can. But what I would say is that this idea of some of the trends we're talking about, online sales. I was actually looking at the stats yesterday. That May 2019 online retail, I know it's not quite related to deliveries, but it was something like 1.3 billion, and this May it was 2.2 billion. It's almost doubled. So we're kind of shooting up the adoption curve. And what I would say is that absolutely we need to produce the vehicles that we to perform these new functions, these transitional functions, in a way that has a low sustainable, a negative sustainable impact, a positive sustainable impact. But there is also the reality that just leaving vehicles unused is a huge waste of the stuff that we actually choose to dig out of the earth. And so, for us, absolutely looking at how we could explore usership rather than ownership, looking at how we can use multiple applications of technology. At the heart of our production is to have highly configurable vehicles that could be used for specific areas, and actually only producing the vehicles you need for particular use, rather than having to produce a huge production line with oversupply. So I think that there's elements to it, but yes, fundamentally, sharing will be part of it, but start from how you want the city to look, and then kind of work back in terms of what functions and what vehicles and what technologies you need to provide.
Yeah, an interesting way of looking at it. John, just very quickly, similar question to you. Somebody's asked, is the vehicle OEM industry prepared to support a post-private car ownership car market? They argue that customers need a car that's designed for sharing, and we don't really currently have that. And that means the kind of the user experience for car sharing models is not always fantastic. I mean, is that, again, I know you guys are looking at a lot of different mobility services approaches. Do you think we're going to see a slight sort of shift in the design of how we approach this?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one, and you're right. There's not a sort of dedicated vehicle out there that's designed specifically for the sort of the car sharing market, and that's an interesting area. I think we're almost there when we think about things like autonomous vehicles. So we're working on autonomous vehicle technology. We're trialing autonomous vehicles in the US, and we'll be bringing them to Europe within the next 12 months or so. For trials, and we see sort of the early deployment of those vehicles, not as private vehicles, but as essentially as shared resources. So both for moving people and for moving goods. So the business model there is not that you would buy, certainly near term, an autonomous vehicle. The technology is too expensive. We need to essentially to sweat those assets, and they by definition will be shared resource and will be deployed in that way. So I mean that's now those vehicles will be designed for that purpose. So they will be designed essentially as sharing vehicles.
It's fascinating to see how that market's going to evolve. It's a really exciting area. Claire and Ali, just want to come to you last. We've just got a minute left, but in the meantime, while we wait for these wonderful new technologies to emerge, I mean, what can we do to incentivize people now? I mean, you start to see some of this Green New Deal proposals about actually making public transport free and appreciating that it is of shared value, something that the taxpayer should be funding more. I mean, what other means can we do to actually incentivize people to take advantage of the more efficient routes that we have currently? Claire, come to you first, and Ali, to you to close.
Well, I'm going to sound a bit like a broken record, but I probably will refer back to we've got to get the pricing right. So now fuel duty, for example, we need to manage that transition for EVs, clearly. But in the meantime, we need to incentivize as far as possible people, to switch to those more sustainable modes. I mean, the difficulty, of course, with fuel duties, it can be a blunt instrument for people in rural areas and what have you. Which is why the quicker we can move to a new way of paying for road use, the better. I mean, I don't think there's a really easy way of fiddling around the edge. I think we actually almost have to grasp the nettle on changing how we pay for road use if we're really going to tackle this and really get people to make that switch.
Yeah, absolutely. If EVs do take off as they look as if they're going to, I mean, road pricing is going to be one of the live political debates of the next decade. I think it's going to be absolutely central and not a little controversial, I don't doubt, along the way. Ali, finally to you. I mean, what can be done to incentivize things to shift those charts that you were showing us where these efficient resources are being massively underutilized?
Well, I'm not going to say exactly what Claire said because she was spot on. So I will also say that clearly for behaviour change, you need people to be aware of the options and they need to know what's in it for them. So we need to make sure that people are aware of these options, which requires marketing. And historically, the public transport sector hasn't been particularly good at marketing. We need to get out there and market it. And we need to show people what's in it for them. So that has to be better than what's otherwise available. And so, just as Michael says, we've got to make sure our vehicles are super smart and very user friendly. But equally, if we can invest in a far smaller fleet, we don't need the fleet we've got. We only need 10% of the cars we've actually got on the road if they're shared use and shared occupancy. So we can have a far smaller fleet. We can make that fleet far better, far greener, and then we can show people that it is a much better way to use these better vehicles than what we're currently doing.
Well, there we have it. Attractive, high-tech arrival vehicles, Ford autonomous vehicles, and proper road pricing, and all effectively marketed, and we might get this challenge solved. Thank you to a fantastic panel. Oh, I forgot the commercial vehicles as well. Ford's commercial vehicles. There we go. Those two. Thanks, everyone, for their insights on this panel. And I'm sure you can catch up with the rest of the panelists over the lunch break on the platform. And thank you all for your questions also. Next up, without further ado, our final speaker before the lunch break is Merriman MP, who, as many of you will of course know, as chair of the Transport Select Committee. Hugh's kindly agreed to say a few words about the committee's views on the Transport Decarbonisation Plan that appeared last week, and the broader challenges as we do look to decarbonise transport. And hopefully we'll have time for a couple of quick questions at the end. Hugh, the virtual floor is yours.
James, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm doing my test audio at the same time as introducing. And thank you very much indeed for having me, and hello to everybody and good afternoon. I just want to sort of respond to that, and actually in a way, James, you've already wet the whistle because the first topic I'm going to talk about is road pricing. But what I thought I'd do, firstly, as a committee, we are going to review the decarbonisation policy for transport. We'll no doubt have one of the ministers in for a bit of a grilling, which we'll look forward to. But I want to just reflect on some of the things I've read, particularly from the Secretary of State in the forward, and then some of the things that we as a committee are doing or have done in terms of our own recommendations. So I'll just sort of read 4 of the quotes out and look at it in turn. So the first is where Grant Shapps says, "We cannot simply rely on the electrification of road transport or believe that zero emission cars and lorries will solve all of our problems, particularly for meeting our medium-term carbon reduction targets to 2035. And I think this has been a theme picked up by many, which is there is a danger that people will just assume that because we move from combustion towards electrification, then that will be job done. That's not the case. And we certainly know right now that only 40% of power comes from renewables. So we've still got a problem. I don't think that problem will have ended by 2030. So therefore, how do we actually reduce the number of cars on the road and perhaps get more cars onto public transport or use active travel more? And Claire touched on this, and you also said it's a hot topic. So I'm going to sort of delve deeper, if I can, on road pricing, because we've got an inquiry which is set up on road pricing. I think it's really important that our committee tackles the obvious questions that government is going to have to look at, but maybe it doesn't quite meet the Daily Mail smell test. And I think it's important for us to be able to go there and sort of test the water. This isn't just a question of what's good for the environment. This is also going to be an economic necessity, because the rollout of zero emission vehicles will mean reduced fuel and vehicle excise duties. That currently yields about £35 billion. So that will head down towards zero unless something is done. The road user isn't daft. They know that the government will need some funds to pay for the roads. So I think we as a committee will be really interested in whether we can use price as a lever to encourage people to use the roads when congestion and pollution is at its lowest. So we can try and sort of regulate road usage. So it may well be that with our mobile phones, our apps, we say we want to go from, say, East Sussex to Oxford. How much is that going to cost? And it will price on the basis of when the road is busiest, and therefore try and regulate the market. What I hope that also does is allows us to really directly compare prices between road cost and rail cost. And so you've got a direct comparison, and it may cause people to switch. Now, in doing that, I think it's really important that we don't end up doing something which may be politically advantageous to soften the impact of road pricing. So the classic is to say, well, actually, your first 5,000 miles is going to be free. If we do that, we might end up acting as a disincentive towards active travel and taking the sort of short trips away, that maybe some people only do short trips. But actually, those are the trips you can actually switch over to active travel. So I think it's important that these things are taken into account. We'll be looking at all of this in September and would certainly welcome more thoughts. And we've had some good ones already, including from Claire, who I just caught at the end there. Second point I want to raise that Grant has mentioned is, in any imaginable circumstances, the clear majority of longer journeys will be made by road, and rural remote areas will always depend more heavily on roads. That is why our plan to decarbonise road is so vital. So there's a sort of recognition that, you know, much as we want to move people away to public transport, in certain parts of the country that will be more problematic, and I recognise that. So our zero emissions vehicles inquiry has really looked at how you can actually get as many people into zero emission vehicles, and then obviously that acts as a sort of mitigant for the current carbon footprint if we can't move them onto public transport for the reasons I just mentioned. And so again, some of the ideas we're currently sort of kicking around right now is a zero emissions mandate, which we've looked at, and actually the decarbonising transport document actually goes further than I perhaps had expected on this particular front. So for those of you who aren't aware, that's where manufacturers who sell the fewest electric vehicles buy credits from those who sell the most. And what that could do is move the taxpayer subsidy away and put it more towards manufacturers and get them to level up the market. Unsurprisingly, a company like Tesla thinks this is a great idea, but there are other manufacturers, and I won't name them, who don't really sell enough into the UK market, who would end up having to pay in. And the aim there, of course, is that that money then subsidises the price of the electric vehicle, brings the prices down, which we know can happen. We know that when there were changes to the plug-in grant, that the price and the cap was £35,000, then obviously the prices move right down there as well. So you know that we know that price again can be a real indicator for this. We're also looking at other matters. So you know, again, not just at the sort of subsidy, the pricing part, but actually how can local authorities really change the game in terms of championing charging infrastructure, making it part of their local plans. There's a planning bill going through Parliament at the moment. What will that do towards that part? And also making sure that local authorities actually have the resources, the people to champion the charging infrastructure that's going to be needed. Again, I come back to price as a lever. We know from our evidence that the grid can only withstand current usage plus X amount of electric vehicle charging. So what are we going to do to use price as a lever to ensure that people charge up a little bit often, so change the culture compared to how they currently fuel up? And also, what will they do to ensure that they charge up at times when the grid is at its best in terms of capacity? So again, that's where price can work as a lever. And then, of course, we've got the discrepancy between the 5% VAT, which is incurred for home charging, and yet it's 20% on the street. And we know that perhaps some of the poorer households will actually be reliant on street charging. So, you know, is that fair? Is that sustainable? And then another part is ensuring that there is what we call interoperability between charging providers. So a bit like a cash point ATM, where you can just go and withdraw your money from, you know, regardless of where you bank, from any machine. Now, that is very attractive, and certainly the government in their evidence gave us notice that they were looking to regulate to ensure that occurs. The key part is making sure we don't penalise the companies who actually upfront invest in the infrastructure and are going to be incentivised by a return. And equally, we don't allow those that are perhaps a little more lazy to the market to get away with others providing it. So I think it's important that government gets the balance right there. I've got two more. I'll try and whittle through them because I know time is precious. The third point Grant says is, as I said in Decarbonising Transport, Setting the Challenge in March last year, we must make public transport, cycling and walking the natural first choice for all who can take it. So we've been looking at reforming the public transport after the pandemic. So not just reacting to the pandemic, but how can we really do things differently and actually take some positives from what's been a very miserable experience for us all, and certainly for the transport sector. So one of the issues that we've come across is that in Singapore, for example, we spoke to the Singaporean Transport Authority. They never put the message out there that public transport wasn't safe, don't use it. Now, the government would say that they didn't put that message out there either, but you ask most people and they'll think the government did do that. So we need to be sending the message out that the rail, bus is a safe form of transport, the cleaning that goes on. You'll never have a cleaner train than we do now. And we need to keep those standards and really send a message out that public transport is not just clean and green, but it's also safe. I also firmly believe that we need to continue to invest in rail to bring passengers back. Now, there's going to be a balancing act here because the Treasury spent £10 billion subsidising train operations. And remember, only a couple of years ago, it was receiving £200 million as a positive onto its balance sheet. That is not going to be sustained, but I think it's essential the government continues to invest to get the passengers back. The Rail Delivery Group surveyed 3,000 people and found that 15% of former rail commuters plan to switch to the car once the lockdown measures have eased. So actually that should kick in now. Just to give that some context, that would add 175,000 cars to morning rush hour traffic. So again, I think it's important that we get those 15% back away from the car they're intending to use and onto public transport. And again, not just on rail, but buses. And again, I come back to what looks like a sort of simple point, but I think it's really effective in terms of delivery. The government wisely, I think, not least because the Select Committee recommended this a few years ago, is bringing forward its buses strategy. I think it's incredibly welcome, but ultimately they require local authorities to put the ambitious strategy in place. And that really comes down to whether there's anyone in the town hall left that is a champion of buses and is going to really be that bus czar that we need. I welcome the fact that government has put £100,000 in specifically for that resourcing. My concern, and I've certainly spoken to a number of authorities, is that they will use management consultants, and no disrespect to the management consultants in this audience, but I think it's essential that when local authorities look at what they can do to champion bus, that they look at their own specific geography and their demographics, and that's not always able to be done by a management consultancy that's based further away. So I think that local authorities really have to ensure they invest in the people so that they can bid. And that doesn't just confine itself to the buses strategy, it's also funds like the Levelling Up or the Emergency Active Travel Fund, where again, I've seen examples where local authorities are just using that money to repair existing pavements or cycle lanes when they really should be delivering brand new networks so that people can travel from A to B on the bike. A good example with the village where I live, and 2 miles away from a rail station, it's very difficult to actually cycle it. If there was a cycle path in place, you could connect more places to public transport via cycle. And I think we need to invest more on that front. Last part for me is a quote that Grant says, with electrification plus batteries and hydrogen, we can achieve a net zero emission railway by 2050. It's going to need a lot more than words, this one. So again, just to give it some sort of context, we've got 15,400 single track kilometres of an electrified track in Great Britain. And so the big question is, what do we do with that? Do we have electrification, battery or hydrogen, or end up doing nothing? I welcome the government's commitment to decarbonise, but it's got to make sure that it invests in a rolling programme of electrification. Currently, the only game in town to deliver at the speeds and the freight capacity that's needed. But it's important that government is nimble and thinks more about battery and hydrogen delivery when it can deliver. At the moment, I don't believe it can, but it needs to be nimble in its approach. And I think Germany is a good comparator here. Germany's got 61% of its rail network electrified. We've only got 38% in England. And there's cost comes into this again. Because we don't have a great deal of electrification, because we've been stop-start, the cost, when you look at Great Western, was £2.5 million per single track kilometre. The Germans can do that at £750,000 because they have a rolling programme, because they learn from it. So, really, we're urging in our report, which is called, actually, I forgot the name of the report. It should be called Decarbonising Rail, but it's actually called Trains Fit for the Future. That's right. So we were calling for that rolling programme to take place and to have a nimble approach towards hydrogen and batteries should they come on stream and be capable. And then just sort of touching on that, albeit I'm shoehorning it in, we look at HS2 every 6 months. HS2 again has the capacity, the capability to move people out of car onto rail, albeit it's an interesting juxtaposition, because if people aren't going to travel by rail, then question whether that really is going to add anything in terms of the carbon footprint, because people might be working from home, doing Zooms like we are right now, and not traveling from Manchester to London. But there is still the belief that we need to invest in these big infrastructure projects, and Eurostar as well. It's interesting that the French government, as part of its deal to bail out Air France, have put in measures to ensure that Air France can't price below the level of high-speed rail across France. And that may well be something that we look at again. Very last thing I'll just mention, because I'm a keen cyclist, is that we've learned some great things from the pandemic in terms of doing differently, but we need to really keep on our game cycling really hit its peak and it's been fantastic, but it's dropped right back down to its levels where it was before the pandemic. And I think that's something that we need to really ensure, that we don't just talk warm words, we actually come up with the ideas, champion the innovation, be brave. And I'd urge government to do that. Road pricing is a good example where it may sort of cause some people to think, my goodness, we can't have that. But if we can sell it and make sure all the money is hypothecated into roads and explain to people that actually something has to pay for the roads, and at the moment that's fuel duty and vehicle excise duty, but it will go, then I think we can take the public with us. If we just try and pretend that none of this is going to be required, then we'll end up giving them a short, sharp shock and they won't react well to it. So exciting times in terms of decarbonising transport. Welcome the report, but like anything, we want to see the detail and drill into what's really going to happen. And you can rest assured that's exactly what we'll do when Parliament comes back in September. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Hugh. Do you have time for just one or two very quick questions?
Of course, James. I'm conscious I went on for longer than 10 minutes.
No, that's quite all right. I just wanted to pick up on the thing you started with and the thing you ended with the road pricing question. You mentioned the Daily Mail sniff test, and for better or worse, that is a key political consideration for any government now or in the future. How do you think you can position a shift like road pricing in a way that is going to be politically feasible? Because you can see now that even if all the modelling shows this reduces people's tax bill, that it's not regressive, that it's only imposing on the people who are, using transport the most, and it's entirely fair, there'll still be headlines that say tax bombshell, this is disgraceful, etc., etc. I mean, what would be your political antennae at the moment as to how you land this argument? Because without it, there's going to be a huge black hole in the Treasury's books as electrification comes forward, and potentially huge congestion as everyone who's got electric vehicles takes to the roads.
Well, I think, again, it's about being positive and upfront, and also being as blunt to the taxpayer, saying that, you're always ahead of the game. You know that you don't get something for nothing. At the moment, you pay for your roads by fuel duty and vehicle excise duty, but that's going away because it doesn't apply to electric right now. Therefore, we've got to come up with a different model. We will promise you that all the money will go into the roads, but ultimately there is no alternative. And also you, the voter, because of all the political parties, wanted us to deliver net zero by 2050. We said there will be a cost to it. Now it's important that we level with it and say this is what the cost will actually be. And that doesn't just apply to road pricing, it applies to other matters. Because I think, I'd reflect back with our 2017 election when Theresa May ran away from the social care reform that she was looking at. And that to me was maddening. It's obviously going to have to take place. The public aren't stupid, they're often ahead of the game. When politicians pretend that you can deliver the land of milk and honey without having to pay for the price of milk and honey, then most people don't believe it anyway. So I think we should be much bolder, use the commitment to 2050 as being different, use the fact that there will be no revenues to pay for the roads that you all want to be nice and smooth. Therefore, we've got to have the change. And those two arguments, James, didn't exist 5 years ago, say, when people used to just moot it as an alternative. This time, there's no alternative in my view.
And obviously, I mean, burning platform issue, because of the pace at which electric vehicle sales are going, you are going to start to see presumably an impact on fuel duty revenues for the Treasury pretty soon.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, it's an interesting dynamic because, if you look at the Department for Transport, they would see that their mission is to deliver electric vehicles because then they drop the carbon footprint, but they're not involved in the finance side of things. Whereas the Treasury will actually look very much at the receipts and they will then drive this. So really the hearts and minds of the Treasury, because you might find that the Department for Transport doesn't want something like road pricing because it's a good incentive to say to people, buy a zero emission vehicle or electric vehicle, I should say, they're not zero emission. Buy an electric vehicle and you end up saving on your tax. Well, that's a good incentive for them to hit their targets, but the Treasury's target is to balance the books. And so, I think this will be led more by the Treasury than the Department for Transport. So you might see sort of mixed messaging coming out because there are different incentives in different departments.
Absolutely. And just one last question. You mentioned about the need as we do start to sort of ease this lockdown to sort of re-engage people with public transport, to get across that message that it is clean, it's green, but it also can be and is safe. I mean, can you just expand on that a little bit as to how you do that? Because obviously, we're heading into a summer when and beyond when, there are deeply worrying headlines about the level of the virus prevalence, and habits get embedded quite quickly, don't they? We could see habits shift away from public transport during this period and be really difficult to get back even once the pandemic is under complete control. I mean, what's your thinking on how we land the idea that public transport has to be part of the recovery?
Yeah, and actually the interesting thing is if you look at something as sort of simple but controversial as face coverings on public transport, and there's no answer to this because it depends on different people's risk categorizations. You have some that are very concerned and therefore want vaccine plus other measures, and there are those that have had enough and want to get back to normal. And it's how do you sort of deliver for both? And I think this is going to be a big challenge. And in my view, and again, I recognise there is alternative views, so I'm not disrespectful to those, but I look back at the rail that allowed us to double passenger numbers, in the 25 years post the privatisation. We complained about how crowded in we were, but my goodness, we got more people onto road. And actually, we saw car numbers drop down, and we saw rail passenger numbers increase by 100% back in those days. So it's really how do we get back there? And I would argue, and again, there's no real scientific basis to this because there isn't on any front, that you need to kind of return rail back to normal. Don't stigmatise rail. Don't say, well, actually, you don't have to wear a mask when you go and do all of these activities, but you do when you go on a train. That gives the suggestion there's something inherently unsafe and unclean and something special about rail. So if we're going to wear masks, then we have to wear them across the board. I wouldn't want it stigmatised on rail, which is why it's a bit of a sort of stick or twist moment. And my feeling would be we are better off just saying rail is clean. It's never been cleaner. These are all the things that take place. This is the benefits that we can do. This is how we grow our leisure market, which is going to be important if people commute less. And then in order to do that, we need to return rail to what it looked like before the pandemic, rather than suggesting it's sort of a bitter pandemic by having face coverings. So it's not easy, and a lot of people would completely disagree with me. I'm very respectful. It all comes down to people's risk categorization. But my concern is if we don't return rail to what it used to look like, then we won't get people back on it in the numbers that they were willing to go on it beforehand. It's a bit of an essay question, isn't it, James? Because someone can come up with a completely different synopsis and actually reversing mine, but it's all about opinions, and I'll throw mine.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a debate that is going to rage over the coming months. There is no denying that, and as I say, hugely there's going to be differing views on that front. But equally, the role of public transport is going to be critical, and we do need to find ways to get people re-engaged with it once it is truly once it's fully safe to do so. Thank you to Hugh Merriman for his overview there, and thanks to all our panelists this morning. Excellent. Now. Sorry, we're about to head to our lunch break, as you just saw there. Before I wrap up, the results of the poll that we have, which we should be able to see now. He says, oh no, I've lost it. We'll come back to that after lunch, shall we? I imagine everybody's hungry. Everyone wants a break, as do I. So we start again from 2 o'clock. So please do join us for this afternoon's sessions. And I will look forward to welcoming you back then. Hello, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had an enjoyable lunch wherever you were, and delighted to have you back for what promises to be another fascinating afternoon of discussion. Coming up, we've got a series of parallel panel debates, and you can choose which topic most piques your interest. But of course, the beauty of it being a virtual summit is that if you do miss out on one of the other panels, you can catch up on it later at a later date, as everything is being recorded and will be made available by the Zemo Partnership. Thanks once again to our sponsors for helping support today, and to all our panelists for taking the time to speak. And to kick off this afternoon, we're going straight to another video from some key stakeholders exploring the challenges associated with the net zero transition. So once again, roll VT.
Hi, I'm Charlie Barnes. I'm the Electric Vehicle Project Development Manager at SSE Distributed Energy. And personally, in a project development role, while I'm travelling up and down the country a lot of the time, I've been challenged by friends, family, colleagues to get a car. Because of my role, they suggest it's environmentally friendly to get an electric vehicle, which, although true, I want to challenge myself to use public transport. It's the space I work in, it's very important to me, and ultimately it's lower emission than having a personal vehicle at all.
The biggest challenge that we face in this household in terms of getting our emissions down to net zero is that both myself and my wife rely on a private car to get to work. We live in a terraced house that was built over 100 years ago and rely on on-street parking. For us to go to a fully electric vehicle, if that is the future for getting to net zero, we need to know that we've got dedicated charging points on the street available to us when we need them. This is the biggest thing that will stop us buying an all-electric vehicle.
I live in a rural part of East Midlands with a young family, and the practical logistics and availability of public transport mean we're almost entirely reliant on the car for most of our journeys. And it would take a real transformation in the local bus and rail network for this to change.
I'd love to buy an electric vehicle, but at the moment they're too expensive to buy outright. Even the leasing options are pretty expensive, and there's not enough of a second-hand car market at the moment.
Mission revolution to me means I want to get an electric vehicle. I've got a large diesel guzzling car at the moment that's done 125,000 miles, and I want to replace it. But electric cars are too expensive for me, and I don't want to lease a car. I don't know what the residual value will be, so I'm stuck with my diesel car.
Hi, I'm Malcolm, and I live in the northeast. I think the thing that would help me transition to a low emissions vehicle would be more customer awareness. I want to know more about the technology, how reliable it is, where the charging points are in my region so I can travel with confidence. With that information, I think me and many others will be much more confident to buy a type of car that I've never bought before.
Excellent. Thank you to all the contributors there. So next up, it's our next polling exercise to give an indicative view of the audience's feelings this afternoon. Question number 5 is, which of the following policies do you think has the greatest potential to cut emissions from road transport in this country? Is it the electrification of cars, vans, and as many other vehicles as possible? Is it empowering, supporting local authorities to take the necessary actions at the appropriate level? Is it strong measures to accelerate decarbonisation of freight and deliveries, including through decarbonised fuels and hydrogen? Or is it strong measures to encourage a shift to more shared and public transport, active travel and travel reduction? And I'm afraid to say there isn't an all of the above category there, because presumably that would be the one that everyone would pick. But which one do you think has the most potential out of those options? And well, the results are up now, as we can see. We're looking at, sorry, it's a bit tight on my screen. Public transport is just edging the way from decarbonisation of deliveries. Oh, now electrification is surging to the front. Yeah, as you can see, probably electrification and public transport and active travel seen as the two primary options there for delivering the steepest emissions reductions. Excellent. Well, we'll have more polling throughout the afternoon. Please do keep your results coming in. And next up, it's time for me to introduce our series of sessions, parallel sessions, with panels discussing a range of different topics. So in parallel session number 1, which you can navigate through the platform, through the platform, we have How Can I Go Electric, which is being chaired by Jonathan Murray, who's Policy Director at the Zemo Partnership and no relation. He has an expert panel looking at how can I go electric. Parallel session number 2 is how can I and brackets and we make progress locally, looking at the local and local authority challenge. That's chaired by Alec Peachy, who is brand owner and editorial director for Transport Plus Energy. And again, he's joined by an expert panel. Parallel session number 3, what about my goods and deliveries? Looking at the logistics side and the supply chains. That's with James McGeechy, who is project director of the Zemo Partnership. And parallel session number 4, it looks at the sharing agenda and other options, some of the other alternative means of decarbonising road transport. And that one is chaired by Professor Greg Marsden of the Institute for Transport Studies. As I say, fantastic panelists throughout. Please do check the one, pick the one that you find most of interest this afternoon. But as mentioned, you should be able to catch up with all the sessions on demand after the event, as they are being recorded and all promise to be fascinating. That's it from me for now. We'll hand over to the chairs of the various panels through the different sessions, and I'll be back later to hear from Chief Executive of the Zemo Partnership, Andy Eastlake. And also, I'm absolutely delighted that I'm going to be speaking with Professor Jillian Anable, who's chair in transport and energy at the Institute of Transport Studies, and she's going to be talking about the Climate Assembly UK exercise last year and what that can teach us about how we take people with us on this transition to zero emission vehicles, and of course the wider transition to a net zero emission economy. It promises to be a fascinating conversation. Excellent. So that's it from me. Please do pick up with the other chairs, and we'll see you back here in an hour or so. Hello, welcome back all. I hope you had a fascinating time at the afternoon panel sessions. And we're back here for the closing plenary. We'll be joined shortly by Andy Eastlake, the Chief Executive of Zemo Partnership, to wrap up proceedings. But before that, I'm delighted to be joined by Jillian and Anable, who'll be discussing the Climate Assembly, the Citizens Climate Assembly, and what lessons we can take for that for the transport decarbonisation agenda. But before I welcome Jillian up here on screen, we have one last polling question to wrestle with. Question number 6. I say it's one last. It's not the one last. There's going to be another one later. But there we go. It's the last one from me. Question number 6. If you had to pick just one, which of the following is closest to your view about how people will lower their carbon emissions? Do you think people won't change their behaviour? Technology is going to have to fix it. People are willing to change, but only to a limited extent. People will change their behaviour if they properly understand the reasons for doing so, or people are willing to change their behaviour a lot more than politicians believe. It's the last one from me. Question number 6. If you had to pick just one. Fascinating overview there of the different approaches, I suppose, and hard to pick one. But what have people gone for? We've got, here we are, the numbers are rattling along. People will change their behaviour if they properly understand the reasons for doing so. Currently most popular, still moving around a little bit. People are willing to change, but only to a limited extent on 18%. So it looks like there's a broad consensus that people are willing to change their behaviour if they properly understand the reasons for doing so. The two extremes look less popular, although nearly a quarter of people think that maybe we are willing to change our behaviour more than politicians believe. Keep those votes coming in throughout, and we will return to them later. But next up, we are delighted to be joined by Professor Jillian Anable, who is Chair in Transport and Energy at the Institute of Transport Studies at Leeds University, and was also involved in the Climate Assembly UK initiative, one of the most inspiring projects of last year. She has, as I say, been welcome to join us to talk about how do we take people with us on this journey to zero emissions. So Jillian, the floor is yours for the next 10 minutes or so, and then have a few questions.
Great, thank you very much, James. Okay, let's share my slides. Hopefully you can see what I am seeing. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Really delighted to be here. I was preparing this presentation, though, and I'm going to be honest with you and say that it kind of made me feel a little bit old. I feel like I have been attending low CVP or now obviously Zemo conferences for many years. They have been the highlight of my year, of course, but it does feel like quite a long time saying some of the same things. So I'm here to try and get you to think about how we take people with us. That's a huge topic. So I will just firstly explain that I'm going to focus on private individuals in the things that I say. The things I say don't apply exclusively to private individuals, but mainly. But of course, taking people with us includes businesses, and it also actually includes taking the politicians with us as scientists, as people in the commercial sector as well, of course. So, at risk of starting with a good old cliche, I will say that we are at a crossroads and we have a real choice as to where we go from here. But when I say that, I don't mean a choice about whether we finally managed to take behaviour change seriously and really put this at the forefront. I don't mean that as the crossroads. We have to do that, and I think that is becoming accepted. I mean in terms of what we believe it means to change hearts and minds, because I think there is a long way to go before we accept what really changes behaviour and how you actually address the fact that many different people are at very many different stages along the process. So what do we understand that process to be? We could take the left-hand turn in my diagram, which actually is a dead end, so you get the hint of where I'm going there. But we can turn left, and that's where we're largely in bubbles, and we sort of tend to turn on our metaphorical or even our real shouty voices and try and prize a sense of individual responsibility into people. So we sort of claim, as I think possibly the result of the previous poll has suggested that people largely believe, we claim that providing people with awareness and knowledge is the answer. And once we've done so, as we do so, we tend to divide consumers or citizens, people, into good citizens and bad citizens. So when they don't respond to this behaviour and this great enlightenment that we are shining on them, we regard those non-responsive people to be shameful or as a problem which we have to solve. And we usually solve that by providing them with more information, which is the equivalent, effectively, of shouting louder. And that road, that left-hand road, involves believing that behaviour change is something that emanates from individuals. And it totally fails to understand how and why behaviour ever actually changes at the scale at which we are expecting it to now. And that is key. We are expecting enormous social shifts in norms, expectations, and actual practices. So those who take the left-hand turn tend to be those who say that the public are ready for radical action, and we have heard a bit of that also today. But those people who claim that, I would suggest, are actually not themselves facing up to the radical changes that we need to make. So then there's the right-hand turn, and I would say what happens down this road is that we listen to people. And we listen to people particularly, very specifically, that we are not used to listening to. We've got to get out of bubble land on the left and get real, or we'll be stuck in that delusional mindset. And this includes us here at this annual conference, because the appetite for radical change, to change behaviour, has to apply to all sections of society. Now, personally, I love talking to people who don't agree with me. That probably sounds like a good argument, maybe. And it's not the fact that I like that is not the product of some pedigree, you know, Oxbridge Debating Society pedigree or anything. Actually, I think it's a survival strategy, given that half of my family are card-carrying National Rifle Association members and Trump supporters, including my brother, who's an SUV car salesman over in the United States. And the other half are Daily Mail reading, SUV driving Brexiteers on the whole. So you can imagine I've had some very difficult conversations, but I think they've held me in good stead. And they are, I genuinely believe, what gets me to really try and stress the need to have some very difficult conversations with people. But it might be literally ruining dinner parties with your friends and family. But actually, it's also things like collecting data, sampling data, looking at data that is based on representative populations and segmenting that data to understand that there's no one mindset. Also, more of us need to get into the sort of public fora and engagement processes that I'm going to talk about. But it is actually true that, I say true, this is one statistic, I shouldn't put too much on it, but I thought it was very interesting that a study found that only 1/3 of people have actually ever had any conversation about climate change. So despite the fact that it's one of our, existential threats, many people are not even talking about this at all. And also, I thought I'd suck up to the conference chair by bringing in some statistics from Carbon Brief. And there are lots and lots of statistics like it, but we also have to really try and understand where people are really at. So, of course, people are concerned. We know that the recognition of climate change, the belief that it's happening, the concern has been going up and up. But indeed, to Helm's message earlier, he said something like the climate change challenge is one I think that everyone knows or understands. And he caveated that by saying, of course, people don't understand what that really then means in terms of what we have to do. But I disagree even with that initial premise that people generally seem to know what it is, really what it is. Because to suggest that's the case, it really is bubble thinking. So you might say then that this is, isn't it? If we've got statistics like that, it is about providing information. So what I'll say to that is that yes, information is vital, but it's necessary, it's essential. There's nothing that I'm going to say that disputes that at all, but it is not enough on its own. And the evidence, the research evidence, and frankly, the evidence over time in practice could not be any stronger to suggest that if you just provide people with information and awareness, that is the key to getting them to change. So if you take nothing away from what I say today, do not mistake what I am saying for the fact that we need to provide information. And so I've got two pictures here to prove it. One is my own, my absolutely horrific shoe collection, which I own despite the fact that I understand my impact on the planet by my consumption habits. I would consider myself pretty well informed in that, and yet I still go for this practice. And I thought I'd offer that in because obviously I'm often bashing those people that have large cars. I don't have a car, I have lots of shoes. But here you have a situation in the car market where there is a real connection in people's minds between car owning, between fossil fuel burning and climate change. And yet the consumer practices and habits in the market do not reflect people's general knowledge about such things. So the choice architecture needs to change, and we hear that an awful lot, but it needs to change in really stark and not in subtle ways. It needs to be very clear, very obvious ways so that when people look out their window, look out their front door, they see that there is a crisis. They're under no illusion. But actually, the government's strategy in the last decade or more has actually been even worse than you can imagine, in the sense that it's been about changing behaviour without even changing minds, let alone any more radical, obvious, clear, concerted messages and action asking people to change. The idea has been to nudge people into behaviour in ways that they may not even notice is happening to them. So if you like, the exact opposite of what I'm trying to suggest needs to happen. And of course, that does naturally, I think, bring us on to talking about COVID and what we can learn about COVID. So we are hearing, understandably, that, you know, as a result of this dramatic set of circumstances that we've had over the last year, that the public are ready for change, that it's proven just how quickly behaviour can change, and that they're ready now. They can see that, you know, the merit of big action, of communal action to change. And particularly in the transport area, we refer back to the lockdown where we had less traffic, where we had good air quality, and use that as a way to say, you know, people have seen it now, they've had a flavour of what it could be like. So you know, everybody's ready now. Okay, I mean, if it takes this crisis that we're in at the moment to succeed, where multiple environmental crises have failed, then of course I'll take it. And we have two crises here, COVID and climate, which are both underpinned by scientific consensus, stressing that there's a threat to society, humanity, etc. But I would suggest that that is where the commonality between the two crises and the larger lessons about behaviour change unfortunately stop. So doing a quick comparison, both of these crises, as I say, are accepted as a threat, and there's science used to justify that claim. But the difference is that COVID, we're told, and we can see, and we can feel that it's an immediate threat, and it's here right now. The link between science and the foregrounding of policy decision-making has been clear. I mean, I'm not suggesting it's perfect by any shape or form, but there has been this obvious effort to have the scientists there front and centre when policymaker. I mean, imagine a time when climate change has the same kind of daily, weekly briefings and a ticker tape along the BBC News or whatever news telling you how many deaths have occurred yesterday, and so on and so forth. The policy responses have been bold and clear. They've been shoves. They definitely have not been nudges. They've been set in legislation, and what that means is that they're equally applicable to all. And what that means is that it ties into one of the very clear findings from research on behaviour change and what changes behaviour, which is that people need to feel a sense of efficacy, as is known in the jargon. So people can be concerned, and we know they are, but that's not the same as having an imperative to change. Fear is not a motivator, and it's particularly not a motivator when you believe you can't make any difference to the outcome. So, you know, with my shoe collection, might as well just stick myself in a bigger hole. I genuinely don't believe I can make a jot of difference if I buy one pair less shoes this week or next week or next year. That is not what's going to change. It requires really big changes in policy, and that's why and that's obviously that's where I put my efforts. But it's going to take something really quite radical. People might not know the ins and outs, whether it's 2 degrees or 8 degrees that's dangerous and this kind of thing. But what they do know is that, yes, of course, they actually could quite easily do some more stuff that's green and is relatively good compared to some of the other stuff they do. But what they need to know, what I need to know, what they need to know is that these actions, if they're going to involve any kind of personal sacrifice, then they need to know that everybody else is going to do it as well. And that was one of the differences in COVID, obviously with some exceptions, but it was a common effort, and legislation was there to create that level playing field. So that's a very, very important part of how we bring people with us. In COVID, the link between individual actions and outcomes becomes clear. So that's a similar thing, the idea that that you know what you need to do. So I say some people know about some of the actions they need to do, but not all of them, because there's confusing information about what's right and wrong in some cases of the sorts of behaviours we're trying to change. And the crisis response has to foster this sense of common purpose and responsibility. And it's really important that we don't play the blame game. We know blame is demotivating. It's actually a very simple concept in psychology. And that hasn't largely been the case with COVID. Certainly the origins of COVID haven't been taken back to individual personal action. I think maybe, in some ways they could be, but that hasn't been the narrative. Even when the R rate has gone up, there hasn't been too much blame on individual irresponsible behaviour. And then there has also been an effort to compensate some people who've lost out. Again, none of these are perfect, but they are all very, very different to climate change. And then finally, of course, one of the reasons why people could tolerate really big changes to their lifestyle was because they believed that it was going to stop soon, and hopefully still will, of course. So when we think about the speed and the scale that behaviour changed, I'm not saying some things haven't changed for the longer term, but we have to think about the fact that there was a very different mindset that people had. Instead, what we've got is we've managed news about the most important decarbonisation plan for transport we've had by only focusing on the shiny stuff. When you look at the press release and the news and what the Secretary of State said about Jet Zero, and it's all right, we'll still be able to fly, and there's going to be clean HGVs. It was all the shiny stuff. As Claire Haigh said earlier, it perpetuated the myth that life can just carry on as normal. We'll fix it with technology. We declare an emergency and then we focus on 2050 rather than what needs to be done by 2030, because if we don't do it by 2030, we will have failed, and we do not communicate that. We didn't communicate that in the climate assemblies anywhere near enough, in my view. We're dishonest about how much the UK's total carbon footprint is. Again, Dieter Helm brought that up. But I would say, and this is a very big bugbear of mine, I'm going to pull no punches, we should not use the term zero emissions vehicles. I'm very, very against it. And it is something which individuals, when you go out and speak to ordinary folk, are very angry about. They're not stupid. They know not zero emissions. They want to know about batteries and recycling and what's happening in the Congo and where this is all going to come from. We need to promote something on the basis, we're trying to promote something on the basis that's going to be wonderful for everybody because of lower motoring costs, but we're not talking about the fact there are significant costs involved to allow us to accommodate what we're about to do in terms of huge electrification. We're claiming people are ready for radical change, and they're not. We're claiming, as I said before, that COVID has proven how quickly they can change, but they can't. And by doing that, we're putting responsibility onto people just by saying those things, and yet the options to change are not available in most cases to most people. And finally, the thing that really, really stops people from accepting policy interventions, from feeling as though what they could do, even though they acknowledge they could do it, is worth it, is that it's the unfairness. And maybe people don't know the figures, but they can feel it. And that the facts are that 80% of emissions are accounted for by just a fifth of the population. So I could say lots about the Climate Assembly. I'm actually not going to say a huge amount. Everything's in the report, but I'm going to say, make just a couple of remarks. You've heard me say that we didn't, I don't think, in the process, focus enough on the next 10 years. So take what I say, noting that. When you see the results, and this is an official snapshot of the results of the transport element of the Assembly, it all looks a little bit milk and honey, really. Of course, people are going to want more public transport, more active travel infrastructure. And it looks like they agree with the timescale roughly of the phase out of internal combustion vehicles. But this interpretation has actually been very narrowly portrayed by the DfT, by BEIS, I would say, and even the CCC. So if you look at these two things that people voted for, effectively, a reduction in the amount that we drive by cars, not very much there, I admit, but I'll explain that, and that we quickly stopped selling the most polluting cars, such as some SUVs. Those two things don't get mentioned very often. The reason I know they're important is because I designed the whole process for the transport panel, and I explained ad infinitum a trade-off to people, which is real from the figures, from the evidence. Either people can accept that they can't be driving around in the bigger polluting cars that they're driving around in now, and accept some restrictions, because if they don't, they will actually have to have the amount that they drive those cars restricted even more. In any future, there has to be some restraint on car use, but the more people accept restrictions on what they drive, the less they're going to have to be restricted in how much they drive. And this ran through the whole process. So we had three scenarios which illustrated that trade-off, with number one being the quick stopping of the early stopping of selling of larger vehicles, and number three being more cuts in the amount that's travelled, and the middle one being a middle one. This was the result, and people, as you might expect, were much keener on having restrictions to what they drive rather than how much they drive them. And that trade-off is not something that I think has been explained. And using trade-offs in order to explain very difficult concepts and the choices that we have are actually precisely what I think we're doing very wrong by focusing on individual policy interventions and the good and the bad of those individual interventions. When you run through the results, you can see in a bit more detail what the voting was. I don't put much straw in a way on the voting. I'd rather talk about the conversations that we had in the engagement process, because it was a small set of people, but it's still a rough reflection of where people would prefer the efforts to lie, and that there is, as I say, that large car issue, but also around public transport and really wanting to know where the money is spent, and being able to take back control, if you like, of public transport. Other questions from the citizens' juries, they say, and these are things that come up spontaneously in discussions, and I've just sort of captured some of them from I was involved in the national one, but also very many local ones around the country. People say they can't trust information that's provided to them, and they particularly mention information from car manufacturers when they buy a car. So how do you provide more information when people don't trust it in the first place? How do you rely on information being the key when people just don't even look at it half the time because they don't believe it? And that is particularly around the environmental friendliness of electric vehicles. EVs are for rich people. Why should we subsidise them? That's a very popular view, a big question. How is public transport funded? Why should we subsidise or improve public transport when they're commercial operators going to be getting all the profit for that? Confusion around freight. Is it better to drive or get shopping delivered? What I'm doing by just pulling out some of these things is to say that people are thinking, maybe not about the whole system, of course they're not. None of us can really do that. But they are thinking about trade-offs, and they want to know the truth, because they feel paralysed and uninclined to act when they think that the problems are just being pushed around, or that the responsibility is being put on them when they see the problem somewhere else. So in conclusion then, what are the actions that flow from some of the things that I've said? I mean, firstly, as I say, information is important, and I would advocate that we have a national budget for public engagement, but that this is engagement and not information and awareness raising. It's led by scientists, not commercial operators, given the big issues of trust that run through a lot of this space. We focus on engagement. We focus that engagement on those who are marginalised, sceptical, and disengaged. We absolutely check ourselves all the time. Are we reaching those people? Are we having conversations that we are uncomfortable having? Because that's the only way. That it really is the only way. Are we speaking about trade-offs, not about individual actions, about bigger picture system-wide trade-offs? Are we opening up conversations about all the emissions that we're responsible for, not just in narrow boxes? Are we talking only about the next 10 years, first and foremost? Are we comparing the changes we're asking people to make to how life would be if we fail in climate terms, not comparing the changes they're making to their nice, cosy, relatively affordable lifestyles now, because that won't be there if we don't make those changes. That is something that we fail to do continuously. Are we making justice and fairness intrinsic to all policies, not just as an afterthought? And flowing from that, are we developing something akin to a people's dividend approach? And this came out of the Justice and Fairness Commission report from last week. And the idea is that we are going to have to restructure prices. But really what we've got to do is think about where we then spend that revenue to directly target those people who are unable to transition in the ways that we want to support those people. And another part of that is to target that support where on things and in places where they will directly benefit people. And we can't do that unless we design those interventions with those people, not just apply it to them. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jillian. I almost got through the entire day without leaving myself on mute at the end of a session, and then I managed to mess it up right at the end there. I was so near and yet so far. Thank you, Jillian, for a really fascinating overview. I just have one quick question I wanted to draw out because I'm mindful of time, but that sort of checklist that you brought out there, and the way you talked about that relatively few people have had conversations about climate change. Relatively few people are engaged with this agenda. To what extent is transport a really potentially powerful avenue for having that engagement, for kind of working through that checklist? Because obviously it is an area that touches virtually everyone's lives, rich and poor alike. It's an area that has a degree of excitement and is forward facing, and the technology side of it is exciting, will engage people. I mean, is there a sense that this could be one of the key catalyzing ways of getting the public on board with the wider transition that we're going to see across every part of the economy?
It's a good question, James. I mean, my what's coming to my mind with that is that I think it is a double-sided coin. So I was always fascinated in earlier research that was done sort of throughout the 90s and 2000s about people's awareness of climate change and what was causing it, how high up the association was in people's minds between putting fuel in a car and the fact that it was dirty stuff. So by comparison, people weren't making the same connection when they switched the light on in their room. Yeah. So, and I always thought that was really interesting. I always thought that meant that it was an opportunity for transport to be, something where people could smell it, taste those fumes, see that pollution, and start to make that connection more directly. So that's the benefit. And as you say, the universality of travel and needing to travel and all the things it provides to us also means an opportunity. Of course, that also means that it is so emotionally difficult for people. And we see that around the cars. People, obviously, that's one of the main things. The protection that people have of their cars, and the emotional excuses and the denial around it, and also aviation. But as I was trying to say, that's fueled, excuse the pun, by the fact that we're not being honest about the real footprint of those things. So we're calling them zero emissions now, which is just going to allow people to continue to say, it's not so bad. We're saying that aviation is only 2% of the problem, whereas when you run it through and you take account of international movements and the non-CO2 impacts, it's more like 25% of our footprint. So we're doing things like that all the time. So if we could address some of those lies, then I think there is a place where people are already having conversations, and so we could maybe tap into that.
Excellent. Thank you very much to Jillian and Anable for fascinating overview of the engagement challenge ahead. Thank you, Jillian. We now, before we cut to Andy Eastlake to wrap up proceedings, we have our final video of the day from stakeholders of the Zemo partnership.
The biggest opportunity for my household in transitioning towards net zero has been getting an electric car that I can charge at home overnight. It's very cheap, it's very convenient, and we love zero tailpipe emission driving. I think the big challenge is for people without access to off-street parking. And the big question for me on that is, how does government, industry and the regulator ensure fairness in terms of cost of energy?
Solutions to net zero that avoid limiting my household's aspirations for the future. Can legislators better incentivise this? Perhaps more coherently integrating wider life cycle analysis perspectives so the best solutions are the most incentivised. This would be better aligned to net zero than narrow targets that fail to control the wider life cycle perspective. If industries can then come together, innovate, develop and offer these, then as a society, we can realise net zero yet be so much more prosperous and secure.
My biggest carbon contribution comes from my car. I take the bus as often as I can, but it doesn't always go as frequently as I would need it to, and it doesn't always take me to the right places either. So I do often find myself dependent on my car. If we gave buses priority on our streets, this would greatly improve their frequency and it would free them up to cover a wider range of routes. This would enable me to leave my car at home, I could enjoy a stress-free travel option, and I could significantly reduce my carbon footprint.
it's really cheap, isn't it, to plug in and drive an electric car. In the short run, this has encouraged people like me to go out and get one. But because it's so cheap, I think it's also encouraging people like me to drive more and to use public transport less. Also even perhaps to walk or cycle less as well. In the longer run, I think we'll need to send different price signals. We'll need to apply a charge that reflects how, when and where we travel. We've got all the technology now we need to do this. But after the reaction there's been to this kind of idea before, perhaps we need to think of a new name for it other than road user charging.
I live in central London and I don't own a car, so on the whole it's pretty easy for me to keep my road transport emissions down. With the introduction of clean air zones in cities, increasingly there are cost-effective options for choosing an electric delivery van or taxi or bus. For me, the challenge is on those longer journeys where I might hire a car or borrow a family vehicle. I actually recently did hire a car, and the cost difference between choosing an electric vehicle model versus an internal combustion engine model was significant. I don't have a lot of disposable income, so the cost difference between the two needs to be minimal if it's going to encourage me to choose an electric vehicle.
Thank you all to all the contributors there and to Green Car Guide as well. Excellent. We are on to our final presentation of the day, and one of the overarching themes of today has been the question over and over again, how do we go faster? It's clear that for all the encouraging progress that has been made in recent years, there is a need to go significantly faster still in the shift to zero emission vehicles and the wider decarbonisation agenda. So I would like to have as our final speaker of the day, many of you will know him well, Chief Executive of the Zemo Partnership, Andy Eastlake, who's going to offer his insights into the Zemo Partnership's accelerating decarbonisation plan. Andy, the virtual floor is yours.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed, James. Thank you to Jillian for an excellent presentation. Before we jump into our plan, what I'd like to do, one of the things that came out for me today was around the commitment from us all to actually walk the talk. So can I just launch the first poll, please, William, if you're able to put that up, because we want to see whether today our community here, and I think we have over 500 still online, which is great to see, actually, what commitments can we all make to reduce our carbon impact? So we've got a poll, hopefully you can see the questions there. So what are you willing to do over the next 6 months to actually reduce the impact of your travel? Is it more virtual working? Are you switching, or have you switched to an EV? Are you prepared to increase the active travel? What about use of public transport? Is that something you can increase to reduce your impact? Can you avoid flying? I know I'm going to be avoiding flying given the chaos of holidays this year. Or as a last option, have you already done as much as you're willing to do? Brackets, I only bought one pair of shoes last month. So I'd like to just throw that out to the group there, and just looking at the results there coming through. It looks like virtual working is really sort of taking a lead there. I suspect the switching to an EV is because there's a lot of people who've done it already. What I would say is please go forth to your constituencies and prepare to reduce your travel in some way. I think it's important that we are all walking the talk as part of this. Thank you very much, William. And let's nip on to what we wanted to talk about here within the partnership. As many of you will know, we actually rebranded earlier this year as Zemo Partnership. Like Jillian, I've been doing this for 20 years, and we've been doing the same sort of thing, albeit this is the first time I've ever appeared under Jillian's bed, of course, but we've certainly been working on this together for many, many years. And I absolutely agree with her that we need to really push the dial this time. We've got to try and push people onto that path of enlightenment, if I can call it that, from Jillian's presentation. And actually being a glass half full sort of approach, I think that the Transport Decarbonisation Plan does allow us and open up the opportunities to do that. There's no doubt that the need for change has never been greater. We sit here in the sweltering heat, I'm sure many of you, and actually climate change does start to feel real, and the headlines are coming thick and fast around that and around the impacts of climate change. We are, in the UK, leading the way in some areas. Some of the commitments that have been made within the decarbonisation plan genuinely are world leading, and that's great to see. Committing to decarbonise all road vehicles and remove the tailpipe emissions from all road vehicles by 2040 is genuinely at the forefront of the global commitments anywhere that we're aware of. But having said that, there is still a huge long way to go and very little time to lose. 2040 is still 19 years away, and the area under the curve of carbon is actually the most important aspect. And that's where I think I would agree with some of Jillian's narrative about how do we do this faster and go further and meet those commitments that are now being put in front of us. One of the other things that came across from today's activity was really around the passion that this community shows, and that's great. I mean, all of the people, the comments were all about working tirelessly to actually drive down the impact of transport. And we're committed to that too, and we share that passion. We're going to be working with our members to reduce emissions and improve the air quality and combat climate change throughout this using cleaner, sustainable mobility. But what we have to do is bring a renewed sense of vigour and determination. That's what our new brand really does. And that's why we don't think we can afford to dither or delay any longer. As we were going through the presentations today, I tried to capture and sort of tried to think about how I was going to summarise today's activity. And really the challenge I faced, I just picked out almost the words that were being played out. And they cover every aspect: occupancy, carbon tax, hydrogen, measurement and information. Insurance was highlighted. We've got to talk about HGVs, we've got to talk about motorcycles, every aspect. And that's part of the challenge that we face, that this is a very, very complex arena and becoming increasingly complex. And that's why we believe, and I passionately believe, that the partnership and the reach of our membership is critical in terms of bringing all of these facets together. Picking up Jillian's point, there's no point us just preaching to the choir. We have to engage into everyone's travel habits and every user of mobility to try and understand the challenges they face, and then articulate the policies, the information, bring them on board, get their trust, and I'd absolutely agree with that, actually sort of address those myths that exist around the place, and then bring them on this journey with us. And what we're planning to do that is our approach to that is our acceleration plan. So our Zemo acceleration plan really is a manifestation of all of the things we've been working on. We've been working with the Department for Transport and across government in the development of the TDP, feeding in our thoughts and ideas, and then taking out plans for our work programme. That was all prior to the fairly substantial rewrite and revisions that I know went on in the last few days to really drive the agenda faster and further than had been planned originally. So we are looking back at our programme now and saying, are we doing enough? And I think now is the opportunity for all of us and all of our members, and indeed those that are not members, to come and join in and actually bring that passion that you displayed in the chat and through the talks today, to actually bring that to bear on the challenge that we face. One of the other words that I took away from today was that from Dieter Helm. And I think he talked about we've got to ruthlessly focus on the, apologies, I think I've just lost the screen there. We've got to ruthlessly focus on reducing carbon. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to approach this with a renewed vigour, as I've mentioned, and a renewed focus on what we can do today to minimise the impact, and how do we build the future that we want tomorrow. Now, of course, at the moment, we structure that around our existing work streams of buses and coaches, the cars and light vehicles work stream, the fuels, which has been a great feature of ours, and the work welcomed widely today around the Renewable Fuel Assurance Scheme, and of course, our work on commercial vehicles, and increasingly now the energy infrastructure and the interface between how energy and transport work together. But probably the most important area and the growing area of our work is the collaborative initiatives. And in that, I see us working hand in glove with some of our partner organisations. We have within the TDP a mandate to develop an action plan for the light vehicle, the powered light vehicle sector, working closely with our friends at the MCIA and Tony Campbell, who's the chief executive there. We've been working with the APC, a sponsor of today's event, but actually in the innovation and the propulsion, the Advanced Propulsion Centre, and in terms of broaching other areas outside the traditional automotive sector. And our friends at the APC have been really supportive of the work that we've done on our side, and we hope to build on that with them in aspects such as life cycle analysis, and indeed with the areas such as the Transport Energy Network and looking at the energy vectors across transport. So we're going to be approaching that with these partner organisations and really trying to make this change in the way that we approach our activity. And I think we see that the membership and our partners really joining in with us and being more aggressive about how we move forward. And the decarbonisation plan really gives us that platform and that backdrop and that mandate to drive perceptions, to drive behaviours, and to drive technology in the way that we need. We've developed this programme and we're still working with government, and this will be feeding into the spending review that is being discussed, and of course the announcements prior to COP, which I think will be one of the most interesting periods in decarbonisation of transport. But I think the last thing I wanted to really say in terms of launching this programme is to pick up what Rachel Maclean said at the start. Government have laid out the targets. That's very clear. They've also made it clear that they can't do it alone. We, as a partnership and the unique partnership that we provide, are actually right at the centre of helping government deliver on those actions, deliver on those commitments. The 78 commitments that we see within the TDP, probably half of them will spill into the work that the Zemo partnership do, and our members beyond our immediate reach are involved in. So I think we believe that we can actually make this change happen faster than perhaps some perceive, and certainly that's what we're committed to doing over the next few years. So I would like to just sort of wrap up with a few thank yous around today's conference. For me, it's been an excellent programme and a really inspiring series of presentations and thought-provoking. I know it's been difficult to try and engage widely with as many people as we would like to, and that's really where the partnership and our activity comes in. We are listening, we're part of the community listening, we provide a platform and access into the people that matter within government and within industry. So the chance is to come and get engaged in what we do, and really that's where your voice can be heard. It's almost like a continuous consultation process around policies and activities and information and evidence to drive decarbonisation forward. So a plea to come and join the partnership. If you're even more impassioned than that, a plea to actually come and work with us. We are recruiting at the moment as well, and we're very open to project support across a number of areas. So please, if you're interested in this agenda, come and talk to us about working with the partnership. In terms of thank yous, an event like this isn't put together at the whim of just a chief executive by any means. And firstly, I'd like to thank Fiona, Laura and Malcolm at Connect. And Connect have been working with us for many years, and I have to credit them with being able to turn around what has been traditionally an in-person conference with delegate fees into what has now become a very, very successful virtual conference, free to delegates, and actually reaching out to 700 or 800 people at its peak throughout today. I'd also like to mention and thank Michael and the team at Crowdcoms. I think the platform has worked very well. The back office of this is all driven through Zoom, and I have a feeling that maybe Zoom was slightly distracted by the £10 billion cheque that they're writing at the moment for a customer contact centre. But certainly we had a little bit of a challenge, and I know in a couple of the breakout rooms, but actually it's gone very well from our perspective. All of the content will be available and will be shared via our platform. So thank you to Michael and the team there. James, thank you again for hosting us and keeping everything on time, despite my best efforts to ruin the timing now. James, as you all know, is a real advocate in this space and a real expert, and we've been very fortunate to get him as our host for the last couple of years. Our sponsors, thank you to them. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do this, certainly not as a free event. So Shell Recharge, APC, Green Biofuels, Mobilityways, and of course, Trojan Energy. Thank you very much for your support. And of course, to all of our speakers, there's far too many to mention. But what I will do is particularly mention our colleagues within the DFT and OZEV, particularly Bob Moran, who is our primary link into the department and has been a great supporter for many years of the partnership through both its low CVP days and the transition to Zemo. I think that's probably it, but the last sort of area of thanks I would like to make is actually to my team, to the Zemo team. They've all been there online, chatting away in the background, bouncing comments around, and I'd like to sort of thank them for all of their work and continued focus and efforts to bring people together and really listen to all the disparate views and try and make sense of the melee of information that we as a partnership receive day in, day out. It is a complex and very, very challenging environment. And the fact that the team approach this with such humour, good grace, and indeed enthusiasm is a testament to the people that we employ and have managed to retain over many years. So thank you to all of them, and particularly to Neil, who has again mastered putting together a conference with a great agenda and actually delivering it with very little effort from me anywhere along the line. So thank you, Neil. That's been great. I think the last thing I'd like to mention before I hand back to James to wrap up the formal proceedings is that we will have a networking event, an informal networking, and I would love for you to come and join us on the beach or indeed in the networking lounge. A link will be put up there to actually help you. So prior to that, I'd just like to ask one final poll question, if I may, William. I don't know whether you can do that, but we do have one final poll, just because I know virtual networking is a challenge for a lot of people. So our question for the final poll is, virtual networking is never as good as traditional physical networking. Do you? Firstly, do you agree with that? Secondly, do you disagree with that? Thirdly, do you think it depends on the technology, and we've adopted spatial chat for our technology, or are you, like me, of the view that it depends entirely on who pays for the drinks? And I'm afraid on this occasion, you'll have to pay for your own drinks and bring them along, but please do so and actually join us in the networking lounge. A link will be put up there. It's very simple to use, the spatial chat. And by moving around, it's very much like real networking, where the closer you are to a group, the better you can hear them. But I'm sure there'll be some instructions around that. Did we get the output from that poll, William? I don't know whether that. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's good. I don't have to pay for all the drinks. That's excellent. It looks like you agree that virtual networking is as good as traditional, and it saves a long train ride home and getting a taxi back from the station. So excellent. I'll hand back to James, and thank you all for your attendance all the way through today and for staying online. And I hope to see you all in the networking lounge in a few minutes.
Thank you, Andy. And yeah, just to echo all those thanks for what's been a really interesting and not a little inspiring day. Thanks to all the speakers, all the sponsors, to Andy and his team, and of course to you for watching. Just for me to wrap up really, and remind everyone, please do check out that spatial networking zone. You might have seen I've been dropping into the chat some links to our upcoming Net Zero Festival at Business Green, and there are some complimentary passes available for that currently. So if you're interested in this agenda, please do register. It's a 3-day event. You don't have to sit and watch all 3 days all at once. That seems a lot for anyone. But we've got some fantastic speakers lined up towards the end of September, including the climate scientist Michael Mann, former Energy and Climate Change Secretary Amber Rudd, and myriad other leading figures from across the green economy. It should be a really fascinating 3 days of debate and discussion. So please do sign up for that, and we'd be delighted to have you there as our guests. As I always stress, this net zero transition is the fastest and most consequential economic transformation that's ever happened in the entirety of human history, and you should all be incredibly proud of the fact that you are part of it and striving to move it forward. I was struck by 2 particular things today. One was that wonderful image of a Shell charging station that's coming soon, which was quickly followed by the frustrating news that it's taken over 2 years simply to get the planning in order to deliver that project. And of course, as I said at the time, 2 years is 20% of the available time before we're supposedly stopping selling internal combustion engines, and we will need those types of charging stations everywhere. There's an urgent and desperate need to move faster, of which we've heard over and over again today. And the other point I'd like to make, which we haven't touched on a huge amount today, is just how central transport is to the wider net zero transition. At Business Green, which I would urge you all to subscribe to as soon as possible, we cover the entirety of the green economy and the way everything's transforming. And time again, we see transport being right at the core of proceedings. If we can't decarbonise transport, and in particular road transport, then there's no way we're going to be able to promote and sell heat pumps and the electrification of our homes. There's no way we're going to be able to decarbonise heavy industry. This is the real big challenge for the next sort of 5 to 10 years, and we need to make rapid progress on this so that we can normalise the idea of zero carbon transport and then move it into our homes, move it into the harder to decarbonise industries during the 2030s. If we're too slow on this phase, then the knock-on impact on the other phases is going to be disastrous. And also the knock-on impact on UK competitiveness, because every economy in the world is striving to move as quickly as possible on this agenda, as we desperately need to do. Very sobering report today from the International Energy Agency highlighting how we are once again looking at emissions rising, and if we don't turn the tanker very soon, we face some deeply worrying climate impacts and many more uncomfortably hot days. But we can do it, and I think we've seen that today. Some remarkable innovations, some remarkable companies, so more power to all of you. Thanks again to the Zemo Partnership and the wonderful work that it does, and please do enjoy that networking break and hopefully that drink that you have bought yourself. We will see you again next year, and hopefully I'll be chairing it in person.